ILTV on the hour. We're live from Israel with your top headlines from across the region. It's 7 a.m. in New York and 2 p.m. here in Israel. I'm Sivan Raviv, and these are the latest developments coming to you live from Israel. In a somber moment for Israel, the bodies of 3 additional hostages were returned from Gaza to their families in Israel last night for burial. The fallen were IDF soldiers who were abducted on October 7th, Colonel Asaf Hamami, 40, Captain Omer Maxim Nutra, 21, and Staff Sergeant Oz Daniel, 19. They were all killed defending communities along the Gaza border during Hamas' surprise invasion on that fateful day on October 7th. Colonel Hamami, who commanded the Gaza Division's Southern Brigade, fell defending Kibbutz Nirim. Captain Nutra, an American lone soldier from New York serving in the IDF's 7th Armored Brigade, was killed when his tank was struck by RPG fire. Staff Sergeant Oz Daniel, serving in the same tank crew, died heroically attempting to wrest a grenade from a Hamas gunman. U.S. President Donald Trump confirmed the return of Nutra's remains and called it a moment of honor and heartbreak. With this latest development, there are now 8 deceased Israeli hostages still held in Gaza. Former U.S. President Donald Trump made headlines again for wading into Israeli domestic affairs during his 60 Minutes interview on CBS. Trump said Washington would be involved in Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's ongoing corruption trial, calling the charges against the Israeli leader unfair. He urged Israel's President Yitzhak Herzog to consider a pardon, repeating his long-standing claim that Netanyahu has been mistreated by Israel's judicial system. Trump also claimed that normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia was still on the table under his leadership. He predicted the kingdom would join the Abraham Accords ultimately. Let's take a listen to some of Trump's comments.
You pushed the Israeli Prime Minister to make this deal, to get a ceasefire, to apologize to Qatar. Can you push Bibi Netanyahu to recognize a Palestinian state?
Yeah, he's fine. He's fine. Look, he's a wartime prime minister. I worked very well with him. Yeah, I mean, I had to push him a little bit one way or the other. I think I did a great job in pushing him. He's a very talented guy. He's a guy that has never been pushed before, actually. That's the kind of person you needed in Israel at the time. It was very important. I don't think they treat him very well. He's under trial for some things, and I don't think they treat him very well. I think it should, we'll be involved in that to help him out a little bit because I think it's very unfair. I pushed him. I didn't like certain things that he did, and you saw what I did about that. I also stopped, we knocked the hell out of Iran, and then it was time to stop.
I wanted to ask you about the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia is coming to the White House this month. He has said they won't join the Abraham Accords without a 2-state solution. Do you believe that?
No, I think he's going to join. I think we will have a solution. I don't know if it's going to be 2-state. That's going to be up to Israel and other people and me.
A dramatic and high-profile search for Israel's former military advocate general ended late last night in central Israel in the city of Herzliya. Ifat Tomer Yerushalmi, the outgoing IDF advocate general who recently resigned amid a leak investigation tied to a controversial leaked video scandal which drastically impacted Israel's image during the war. She was reported missing last night. Police and search and rescue teams launched an urgent coastal search using helicopters and flares. 2 hours later, Tomer Yerushalmi made contact with her husband and was found alive near Herzliya. Then, just hours after being located, Tomer Yerushalmi was arrested in connection with the classified video leak. Authorities have not yet confirmed the exact charges. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is warning that renewed escalation on Israel's northern border with Lebanon may be imminent. In remarks at the weekly cabinet meeting, Netanyahu said Hezbollah continues to rebuild its military infrastructure in southern Lebanon in direct violation of the 2024 ceasefire deal. That agreement required Hezbollah to withdraw from the border area and for the Lebanese armed forces to take control. The IDF confirmed that 4 members of Hezbollah's elite Redwan force were killed in an airstrike Saturday night. Another senior commander reportedly involved in arms smuggling was eliminated the day before. In the eastern Bekaa Valley, Netanyahu reiterated that Israel would act decisively to eliminate any threat and urged the Lebanese government to enforce disarmament clauses it agreed to. Israel maintains a limited tactical presence in key border zones and continues preemptive strikes on what it calls terror targets, violating the ceasefire. And joining us now with more on these latest developments is Iftach Berman, geopolitics expert at the Middle East Learning Academy and Bar-Ilan University. And also with us is Oris Eschar, Director of Research at IDSF. Thank you both for joining.
Thank you for having me.
So, I have many things I want to discuss with you, so let's start with Gaza. How would you all assess the current situation in Gaza? Is there room to be concerned at the moment?
Look, I think there's always room to be concerned. The only question is what the strategic decision that Israel will make is. And I think as far as Gaza is concerned, we all see it, as President Trump does, and as you see in the latest interview, as a piece in the puzzle. Trump does not view Gaza, nor does Israel, as a mere theater of its own. It's part of the bigger Middle Eastern puzzle. And so success in Gaza, including the destruction of Hamas, is success in the Middle East. And make no mistake, you heard about the so-called Saudi demand for two-state solution. And these are old news. The Saudis do not tie their national security to Palestinian statehood. They always cared more about their own sovereignty and fortitude as a nation state, the Saudi kingdom. And if the White House makes sufficient pressure and gives enough advantages, that they will go for it. And they also view, in my opinion, Hamas as an offshoot of the Muslim Brotherhood as a threat. And so an Israeli victory over Hamas, as wild as it may be, as it may sound, will actually benefit Saudi Arabia and make it easier for it to align with Israel. And so, yeah, there are all sorts of talks right now about where does phase B of the ceasefire is going. I'm rather optimistic because Israel has already received all the living hostages and the vast majority of deceased hostages. And the question is where we go from here and what leverages Israel can pull on Hamas in order to complete the mission. One thing in mind that one has to remember, mission is not completed in Gaza without the destruction of Hamas. President Trump recognized it. He said, if they don't disarm, we will disarm them, meaning Israel. And it is not the end of story in Gaza. The threat of Hamas must be neutralized.
Iftach, what do you think? Who is in fact ruling over Gaza at the moment? Is Hamas back in power, back to its old tricks? We do see videos of them controlling aid. We saw videos of assassinations in recent weeks. What is the situation?
Well, frankly, you have two Gazas right now. You have Hamas controlling one part of Gaza, meaning the Gaza City, Khan Yunis, in the central camps. We see them spreading the local government. We see policing on the streets. We see executions, a new appointment of the governor, so-called, of Gaza to establish the rule of Hamas, and the day after, killing off anybody who collaborated with Israel or was even suspected of. But in the process, also killing everyone who objected to Hamas, and that means the militias that cooperated to an extent with the IDF. And that's the second Gaza, the one that is beyond the yellow line. Gaza beyond the yellow line is controlled by the IDF. This is partly or mostly where the Hamulas, the local militias that were aiding the IDF, this is where they preside. This is where they operated from for a very prolonged time. And this is also where Hamas is trying to operate right now. We see rogue agents that are still underground of Hamas that are trying to operate against the IDF successfully at times, trying to get an image as if it's the Hamulas themselves that are acting against the IDF soldiers, and in that way to instigate a security situation between the two sides. And the question is, what will be with those Hamulas, the proxies that were used by the IDF inside the Gaza Strip to fight Hamas, to destroy tunnels above ground as well? And will they be adjacent, or will they have to be escorted to the other side of the line, the yellow line, or will they remain? In that sense, we see two movements right now. It was announced today by Hamas spokesperson that there is a deal on the table right now to allow some of those rogue, so-called rogue agents of Hamas to come back across the yellow line from the hidden tunnels they preside in within the yellow territory of the IDF, to allow them safe passage, so-called, back into Khan Yunis and central camps. This is something that Israel is opposed to officially, but there's a deal in the making to see if those can come back and potentially, and this is something more mentioned on social media within the Gaza Strip, and there's a conversation about it between the people about relocating towards the yellow lines, the IDF side of the yellow lines, and so splitting up de facto Gaza into two strips, one controlled by the IDF, safe from the malign hands of Hamas, safe from the assassinations, cultivating an economy, reconstruction of houses aided by the international community, and one controlled by Hamas today. And this is what's happening on the ground, even though we're seeing Turkish and Bahraini engineering vehicles operating there. It's slow moving, it's very rigorous, and it doesn't stand for any hope for a better future for Palestinians in Gaza Strip. So we're de facto seeing an establishment of a two-state solution, if you will, within the Gaza Strip itself.
That's so interesting. Oh, it seems that this great peace plan, Trump's peace plan, is more or less stuck on phase one. You mentioned phase one. How can both sides move on to phase two? What will the next phase even look like?
Look, I mean, Israel has set a strategic objective of neutralizing Hamas. And I think Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff also said it, and President Trump said it, J.D. Vance said it, the Vice President, Secretary Rubio. Everyone agrees that Hamas cannot be part of the future of Gaza. It's part of the 20-point plan signed by Qatar, Turkey, Egypt, all of these Arab and Muslim countries. And so the only question is who will do it? And the queue is not particularly long. The question is not the means that we all agree on, but who will carry it out. And I think Israel made that step, one, to return all the hostages and give Trump the idea that Israel does agree to certain points and not just disagree, which we are very good at. And so now Israel has come as a sort of with a can-do attitude and passes the ball into Hamas's court. And now it seems as if phase B, which is disarming Hamas and replacing the leadership in Gaza into some sort of a technocrat government or an assortment of governments, is going to be hard without Israeli involvement. And so are we simply in a sort of a breathing space or in a sort of a pause in between the fighting? Or are we on track to sort of a willful disarmament of Hamas? I want to hope that option B is possible, but I honestly doubt it, that Hamas will simply lay down its arms and agree to some sort of, let's say, a willful migration to Libya, Tunisia, style what the PLO did in Beirut in the early 1980s.
Right.
And I do think that what Iftach here said is interesting, meaning that the IDF controls certain territories in Gaza in which there is humanitarian aid and international involvement, and let the best market win. And the Gazans will see that when they are in a Hamas-controlled area in Gaza, they suffer from malnutrition, and they suffer from executions and all this life under Hamas control. While under IDF control, you get international aid and construction and all that. And I think that could be a smart move if it wouldn't bring hundreds of thousands of Gazans into the Israeli border. And it is still not answer the question, when will Hamas be disarmed? So these are the questions that Israel must insist on going forward.
And so I'm interested what you think. Looking forward as this plan unfolds, do you believe that Israel will have a say in it? Who's going to take the lead on it?
I think Israel must have a say in that because it's the first victim of the failure of such policy. And we all remember how Israel has sacrificed its national security on the altar of misconceptions, be it on the part of the military echelon or the political echelon in Israel, or some sort of a misconception on the part of the international community empowering Hamas in Gaza. We all criticized how Israeli governments passed money to Hamas over the years, and rightfully so. But the only problem is that the international community has been the donor behind those funds. It was not Israeli money, it was Qatari, British, American money. And to this day, humanitarian aid is sold by Hamas. Last year, they made over $500 million just by selling off these goods. So this is not a solution to sort of keep fueling the Hamas machine by means of humanitarian aid and so on. But Israel must have a say in that. Otherwise, we suffer the consequences of failure.
Now, Iftach Trump was interviewed on 60 Minutes. We just heard some of his comments. He made comments about Saudi Arabia. Is there a chance, in your opinion, that his optimism is realistic and that there is a paved way to normalization and, might I even say, peace with Saudi Arabia down the line?
Well, President Trump has a way of calling the shots and to an extent predicting the future or committing to something, throwing an anchor, a very long throw, and then pushing everybody and anybody towards that goal. I think that there is a possibility to go in that route. Unfortunately, it takes a lot of efforts from both Israel and Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia has to stomach the fact that they're not going to get the whole pie. They're not going to have their cake and eat it too. They will have to settle for some sort of a Palestinian temporary solution in order to move forward with their own agenda. We have to consider that Israel is not the prize here. After all, it's U.S. ties. And Saudi Arabia is very interested in getting along with this Trump administration. It's proceeding with initial dealings that it had in the first Trump administration, and it wants to move forward with its own agenda, Vision 2030 of Saudi Arabia, diversify the energy market, providing more jobs for the young generation of Saudi Arabia. And it needs better allies, more trustworthy than it sees within China, within Iran, within Russia. It needs somebody with big pockets to invest and allow a better technology to diversify, as I said, Saudi Arabia. But Israel does have a lot to contribute, whether it's intelligence gathering, whether it's NATO-like aerial defense alliance with Saudi Arabia, commerce, investments,
Right.
agrotech, and so on and so forth.
Now, all Trump truly believes that once Saudi Arabia is in, so will other Arab nations join the Abraham Accords. Do you believe this to be the case?
Look, this is certainly the case. If Saudi Arabia joins, then other Arab nations will follow, but it will not necessarily be in this order. And we all saw how Saudi Arabia is a little bit more reluctant to move forward with normalization, while other countries, even such as Syria, are more open about it. And we saw how Jolani openly confirmed the much known secret that Israel and Syria are negotiating and on the path to a security agreement. I do foresee some sort of warming up with Indonesia and some sort of plan to welcome Gaza refugees in Indonesia, or even Pakistan and welcoming Gaza refugees there, Oman for certain, and maybe an agreement with Syria. I would dare say Lebanon at some pace, at some stage up the road, down the road, still with a lot of details who are basically the whole notion. I think that the main idea here is that in the Middle East today, it seems that interconnectivity trumps ideology, meaning that if once we had the Khartoum three no's, right, against the state of Israel, now it seems that interconnectivity trumps over ideology, meaning commerce, trade, energy, safe borders, national interest really trump all these ideological thinking behind the Palestinian struggle and the anti-Zionism and post-Sovietism and all the things that characterized the latter half of the 20th century. And I think if Saudi Arabia wants to be serious and shake Israel's hand, it's their prerogative. Israel will not wait for Saudi Arabia. It will continue with Trump's plan to normalize with the larger Muslim world. And seems to be a great deal of interest, as we saw last month in Cairo. And I do believe that Israel should not sacrifice its national interest on the altar of normalization with Saudi Arabia, meaning that, yes, it is a very welcome idea to have peace between Jerusalem and Riyadh. But on the other hand, you cannot agree to a notion such as a two-state solution that most Israelis object, most Palestinians object to. That is a kind of an archaic notion that is mostly promoted by Western European governments who would like to score some political points in the domestic front. So it's not something that Israel should promote. And I suspect it is not the first thing that the Saudis really want. They do want an American defense alliance. They want trade with Israel. They don't really are going to stick their banner on the hill of Palestinian statehood. They have more urgent tasks to care about at this point.
And so you mentioned Syria just now. There has been a lot of talk about the possible prospect of normalization between Israel and Syria. What are your thoughts on this? Are there still threats from Syria at this time, Ol?
Yeah, so I published this article over at the National Interest saying that Syria can open the door for normalization with Saudi Arabia because as a larger, as you mentioned, the custodian of the Muslim holy places, and in significance, Saudi Arabia is not yet another Muslim country. It bears a lot of symbolic weight. And so Syria in that regard will probably open the gate to all of these other agreements, although I do think that there is still a lot of work ahead. Israel and Syria would like to normalize to at least reach some sort of mutual recognition. And so, like any negotiation, the only question is what do the two sides want? What are their protected values, if you will, what they are willing to compromise on, and what their hardcore knows and hardcore principles they would not compromise on. Israel wants recognition of the Golan Heights. It wants protection of the Druze minority, and it wants Syria to leave the Iranian axis for good and stop sort of be a breeding ground for terrorism and for Hezbollah militants.
Yeah.
And Syria, I think, on its part, wants to use Israel as a gateway to Washington, to investment, to foreign investments. And so it remains to be seen. But I think at this point, there are still quite a few gaps to work over before an agreement can be concluded.
What do you think, Iftach? Are there threats still posed by Syria?
I think the major question or the joker card that we have to consider here in Syria and also in Gaza Strip is Turkey. What does Turkey want? Turkey's involvement within Syria is critical. We understand already that the Israeli Air Force has operated against Turkish presence within Syria in the past few months. Turkey looks eastward. It sees still assets of the PKK, the Kurdish resistance it had been fighting against. It already has made peace with the elements within Turkey, but the parts within Syria and northern Iraq are still not completely in good ties with the Turkish regime. And so Turkey will still continue to play within the Syrian playground. What Israel would like is to bring Syria into the fold and to make sure that Turkey does not have a foothold within the Syrian territory. It does entail certain compromises for Israel within the Syrian territory, potentially not geographic compromises. I'm sure that Israel would want to keep the Golan Heights, but potentially the Syrian Golan, where we today have Israeli soldiers present, potentially that won't be the case in the future resolvement with the Syrian entity. But one should ask himself or herself, what is the Syrian entity today? It's a president, used to be an Islamist, governing Islamist factions that are discombobulated within themselves. They're fighting each other, Islamist elements versus secular ones, Alawites still on the coastline. So there's a gigantic turmoil within Syria still at present. And one of the endangering factors today of Syria is actually the lawlessness of it. You have still drug producing laboratories within Syria producing Captagon. It's not maintained by Hezbollah now. It's back to the hands of the gangs there, but the smuggling is going on towards Iraq, towards Jordan. And this is still something that's happening and disturbing the peace and allowing Hezbollah to rearm itself in the process of that lack of an examining eye. So today we should speak about these two elements, Hezbollah and Turkey. Just 20 minutes ago, there was a missile strike within the village of Dawer, not far from Nabatea, against who presumably was one of the crew, the Radwan crew that was killed the other day by Israeli aircrafts, the one that got away. And Israel still operates within the Lebanese airspace and ground space. This is something that the Lebanese resent and are going against dramatically. They see it as an infringement on their sovereignty. But luckily, we have the U.S. on Israeli side saying that Lebanon has still yet not to deal with the Lebanese force buildup. And the Hezbollah force buildup has multiple elements. One of them is the weapons that they're bringing to the front lines, to the border with Israel, the underground bunkers that they still have in the Nabatea plateau. But not only that, there is a criminal network that spans worldwide, reaching from South America all the way to India and beyond, down to Africa, up to Moscow even. And this criminal network allows billions of dollars to come and rebuild Hezbollah. I've written about this a few months ago about Hezbollah's criminal network. And I encourage anybody that wants to thwart Hezbollah's rebuild, as the case of Al Capone was, go for the money.
So now all we're discussing Hezbollah, Lebanon. Israel feels that Lebanon is dragging, they're dragging their feet, that clearing and disarming Hezbollah is not happening at the pace that it should. Even the U.S. envoy said Hezbollah remains a threat. Do you think Israel will need to step in and take care of the situation? And we all know what that means.
It already does. It already steps in.
Yeah, sure, but more
boots
so
on the ground.
Yes.
Boots on the ground. That's the amazing factor. The other day, people in Lebanon's south were in an outcry on social media because supposedly Israel went into City Hall and killed one of the employees. That City Hall was housed by Hezbollah operatives and was a part of Hezbollah's mainframe and infrastructure. And so when we consider the idea of doing what it needs to do to prevent Hezbollah's force buildup, this is one of the steps. Israel cannot shy away from taking any measure to guarantee the security of Israel's northern border and its people, to prevent rearmament of Hezbollah and any other jihadi rock star that comes in its stead.
Oh, final words?
Yeah, sure, and I completely agree. Look, the problem in Lebanon today is that it lacks central leadership that is capable of acting. It does have a central leadership that is willing to act. We all heard the Joseph Aoun and Nawaf Salam declaration from August pledging to disarm Hezbollah, and it is certainly encouraging. That wouldn't be the case 2 years ago, but let's face reality as it is. Lebanon would not commit to countering Hezbollah without the blood and money that Israel poured in Lebanon. Israel has already announced that it will continue to enforce the ceasefire. That's exactly what prevents Hezbollah from rearming itself, but we all see Hezbollah keeps attempting to rearm. Hezbollah of today is not the same Hezbollah as 6 months ago, and the ceasefire, and I'm speaking to officers on the ground, they say that Hezbollah continues to try to rearm, and even with long-range rockets. And the 5 points on the Israel-Lebanon border that Israel already sort of agreed to discuss, I think are now off the table, and we'll have to see real action in Lebanon before anything can move forward.
Well, thank you very much to the both of you, Or and Iftach. We appreciate your input.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
And finally, the widow of slain U.S. conservative commentator Charlie Kirk will accept a public diplomacy award on his behalf at the Christian Media Summit in Jerusalem. 4 months before his assassination, Kirk wrote a letter to Prime Minister Netanyahu urging Israel to improve its digital diplomacy efforts and offer to assist personally. That letter is now being recognized by Israel's government press office for its impact. The summit this year focuses on combating anti-Semitism on social media and promoting Israel's image as a democratic, diverse, and innovative society. Erica Kirk will deliver remarks in her late husband's name. And that's a wrap for this edition of ILTV. Stay with us throughout the day for our next edition of ILTV on the hour. We'll be here as events continue to unfold. Scan the QR code for our apps. Until then, I'm Sivan Raviv, and thank you very much.
Welcome to ILTV Security Brief. I'm Kalev Ben-David. Each week, we focus on the latest developments in security and defense relating to Israel and the Middle East, impacting on this region and beyond. And we start with our top items of the past week. After multiple ceasefire violations, including the killing of Reserve Sergeant Yonah Effie Feldbaum by sniper fire in Rafah, the IDF launches a series of strikes across Gaza at Hamas targets, killing dozens of Palestinians. The IDF said it is resuming enforcement of the Gaza ceasefire following the strikes. Hamas returns the partial remains of Ofir Tsarfati, whose body was recovered by the IDF in November 2024, rather than fulfilling the agreement to hand over the 13 hostages whose bodies are still held in Gaza. Drone footage captures Hamas operatives staging the discovery of Tsarfati's remains from the ground after having just buried them. In a series of airstrikes, the IDF eliminates 5 Hezbollah operatives attempting to reestablish the terror group's military infrastructure in South Lebanon in violation of the ceasefire agreement. These include Abbas Hassan Kari, the logistics commander in Hezbollah's Radwan Special Forces, and Ali Hassan al-Muswari, in charge of weapons smuggling from Syria to Lebanon. The Israel Police's Yamam Commando Unit, acting on intelligence from the Shin Bet, carries out a raid on a terror cell planning an imminent attack as it was hiding out in a cave near the Samaria village of Kud. 2 terrorists are killed by initial fire from Yamam forces, and a third by an IAF airstrike on the cave. The Mossad identifies IRGC commander Sadar Amar as the leader of an Iranian terror organization behind the attacks at Jewish sites across the globe since October 7th in such countries as Greece, Germany, and Australia. Israel is sharing intelligence on Amar's network of over 10,000 operatives with several nations in order to thwart its activities. And now our big story. After just a little over 2 weeks since the start of the Gaza ceasefire, the truce mediated by the U.S. between Israel and Hamas is showing severe signs of strain. Multiple violations by Hamas have included the failure to return the bodies of the 13 remaining hostages, its staging of the recovery of Ofir Tsarfati's remains, its leaders now saying they won't disarm according to the agreement's terms, and most seriously, attacks on IDF troops in Gaza, including the fatal shooting of IDF Reserve Sergeant Yonah Effie Feldbaum. Israel's patience, urged by the U.S., finally snapped, with the IDF launching a wave of strikes at Hamas targets after Feldbaum's killing. After the strikes, the IDF said it is resuming the Gaza ceasefire, but with the security situation there deteriorating, can the truce hold, even as major questions remain over the implementation of its next phase? Well, one who, at least who remains optimistic is naturally President Trump.
Well, as I understand it, they took out an Israeli soldier. I just heard about it a little while ago. They killed an Israeli soldier, so the Israelis hit back, and they should hit back. When that happens, they should hit back. You have to understand, Hamas is a very small part of peace in the Middle East, and they have to behave. They're on the rough side, but they said they would be good, and if they're good, they're going to be happy, and if they're not good, they're going to be terminated. Their lives will be terminated, and they understand that.
And joining us now in studio is Reserves IDF Brigadier General Danny Van Buren. He's formerly the Chief Reservist Officer in the IDF, and he's the founding chairman of Nikraim Ledegel, an NGO that aims to strengthen the Jewish, Zionist, and democratic values of Israel. Danny, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Well, a lot to break down here, but let's just start with the most recent developments. The IDF going on the offensive finally against Hamas, but then immediately resuming the ceasefire. You heard President Trump, Israel has the right to respond, but to respond. Yeah. Putting the IDF in a kind of defensive position there in Gaza, how feasible is that for the IDF going forward?
We should realize that I heard President Trump, and he is using the terminology of, if Hamas is good, then this and that will happen and so on. Hamas cannot be good because this is within their DNA. Hamas is a jihadi organization using terror, either military terror or psychological terror, as we just saw by the horrific pictures of what they have done with the remains of the Israeli hostage and so on. So regarding the ceasefire, in my perspective, there was never a ceasefire because it's a one-side ceasefire. Israel was stopped its attacks on Gaza, and Hamas gained some time to regroup, to reorganize. This is a part of the of the Islamic jihadic belief. They are entitled, according to their belief, to what is called hudna. Hudna is a term that when the jihad warrior sees that is in a position of maybe losing the war, they may create a ceasefire just to regroup, to reorganize, and to attack again. In their perspective, there is no peace in the end of that road. There is only coming back to war. So we should realize this. If we go back to the game of responding to terror attacks, then we will be back to October 6th. And for us to change the entire atmosphere or what's going on in the Middle East, we should realize that only a proactive method of creating the constant pressure on military pressure on Hamas is the only way to win or to end this war.
Right, and reportedly security officials did consult with the political echelon in Israel, suggesting possible actions, the IDF reasserting control over parts of Gaza, continuing strikes against its leaders, even operations on its own to recover bodies. The question is, how much is Israel restrained now by its arrangement with the United States following the peace agreement? You heard President Trump. Israel can respond, but he wants this ceasefire to continue.
And I think the really missing part in the Trump's 21 points peace plan is the middle floor. You have the basic level, which was bringing back the live hostages, and this is something which was crucial to Israel, to the Israeli society, and it was happily done. And we saw back all the living hostages, and it was an enormous thing. And the end of the road, Trump is talking about, a peace in the Middle East or creating the economic corridor from India through the Middle East to Europe, and this is the grand master plan, if you may. But I think the medium level of creating something else in Gaza in terms of eliminating Hamas and demilitarization of Hamas and de-radicalization of the Gazan population and so on, this is something which is not really specified in the Trump deal, and then there is no mechanism to ensure this. And this is the missing part of the plan. And in my perspective, the only way to ensure this and to make this happen as a means to an end, to create a peace deal in the Middle East, is for the IDF to finish the job. Otherwise, no one is going to disarm Hamas. Right.
You say there's no mechanism for this interim period, but the United States has set up this command center in the town of Kiryat Gat, yes. Hundreds of U.S. offices, Israel supposedly having to coordinate its attacks. Some say coordinate, some say seeking permission. Yes. I mean, how positive or negative? This is a debate in Israel and among security experts. Is this a close American involvement in the security situation in Gaza?
Yeah, too close, I would say, because Israel cannot ask for permission to keep its sovereignty and to keep its security. We are. It's relevant for us to cooperate with the U.S. because they are a major ally, and we shouldn't just turn our backs to the U.S. and Trump's plan. In general terms, is very in strategic terms is good for Israel to create these alliances in the Middle East. It's something that may change the entire way the Middle East is acting. But however, in terms of what's going on, when an Israeli soldier is being killed by a serious violation of the ceasefire, we cannot ask for permission from the U.S. just to act, just to attack Hamas. And I think we should really walk carefully between asking permission and just cooperating. And this is something which currently is not very specific. And I'm afraid that we are too much of asking permissions rather than just cooperate or just Right. working together.
I want to ask you just specifically about talking about Hamas violations, this bit of stage acting they did with the partial remains of Ofer Tzarfati, clearly trying to avoid giving back an actual body of one of the hostages. What is Hamas's goal here? What are they actually trying to achieve with dirty tricks like this?
Hamas is Hamas. The way terror works is just by creating chaos, by creating fear, by exercising psychological terror. They're not acting by any common values of the Western world, and we cannot really actually realize this because we think that they are trying to gain something out of this. They're trying to gain their end game, and Hamas' end game is the annihilation of the state of Israel. There's no other raison d'etre, as they call it in France. The reason for their existence is just to annihilate the state of Israel. And in this respect, they're trying to, again, exercise psychological terror, create chaos within the Israeli society, create some inner crisis, and so on. And they have no real interest in finishing this war, because for them to give back the whole of the hostages, of the dead hostages, and disarm themselves, there is no Hamas, and there is no reason for them to commit suicide as they see it.
Right. Now, during this interim period, you were talking about and saying with the IDF needs to reassert control the peace agreement, and the Trump administration is saying that role will be filled eventually by this security force drawn from multiple Arab and Muslim nations. Some are logical that we've heard, Egypt, for example, participating, maybe the Gulf states. Others certainly more problematic for Israel, like Turkey and Qatar. What's your view on that? I mean, how should Israel deal with the prospect of this force, foreign forces entering Gaza?
I always say that the only way to transfer the control over Gaza to any third party, whether it's Egyptians or Americans or any other state, is going through the medium stage of Israel, annihilating Hamas, taking control over Gaza, and then being able to transfer it to a third party. Because I don't see Egypt or Qatar or Turkey fighting Hamas. They are not going to do so. It's against their belief. No other foreign army, never in the history of Israel, helped by stopping Israel's security issues. So it's naive to think that any other third party or foreign army, specifically not the U.S., because the U.S. is not going to put boots on the ground. So initially we're going to come to the same conclusion eventually, because the only way for any other regime to be able to control Gaza is for the IDF, to finish the job by annihilating Hamas. And I think in this respect, the Americans will eventually come to the same conclusion.
All right. Well, hopefully, perhaps sooner rather than later,
I hope so.
Given what is at stake. General Van Buren, please stay with us. I do want to move on to another aspect of the security situation. Now, marking the second anniversary of the outbreak of the October 7th war, the IDF held a special conference this week of its Combat Commanders Forum to review the military's performance during Operation Rising Lion and to look ahead to how the lessons learned on the Gaza battlefield could be applied to future conflicts. ILTV's Steve Leibovitz has more in this report.
The IDF marked 2 years since the start of the ground offensive in Gaza on October 27, 2023, releasing video and photographs from the battlefields. The operation began 20 days after the Hamas-led October 7th massacre, when terrorists killed some 1,200 people, mostly civilians, and abducted 251 hostages into Gaza. Over the past 2 years, IDF troops have operated in almost every part of the Strip, including northern Gaza, Gaza City, Khan Yunis, and Rafah, in a massive campaign involving tens of thousands of soldiers and reservists. Since the start of the ground offensive, 475 have been killed in Gaza and in operations along the border. The IDF estimates it's eliminated more than 22,000 Hamas combatants in Gaza, in addition to 1,600 terrorists killed inside Israel during and after the October 7th massacre. The Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry claims more than 68,000 people have been killed or are presumed dead in the fighting, a figure that cannot be verified and does not distinguish between civilians and terrorists. The IDF issued a statement saying, 2 years since the beginning of the ground operation in Gaza, IDF troops have continued to eliminate threats, dismantle Hamas terror infrastructure, and work to bring every hostage home. Following 2 years of intense fighting, Israel and Hamas earlier this month agreed to a U.S.-brokered ceasefire that saw U.S. troops partially withdraw from Gaza, leaving the army in control of roughly half the territory.
And Danny, especially since you just said you believe the IDF will eventually perhaps have to re-engage with Hamas on the Gaza battlefield, what were the key lessons learned from this past conflict, both leading up to October 7th, of course, and in the 2 years that followed of combat?
I think that if you go back to what we just saw, if you go back 2 years ago, and we saw the level that the Israeli army was surprised and what was actually in its hit rock bottom, and then what we're witnessing now, that what we have done, the amazing job we have done in Lebanon, in Syria, in Iran, and also in Gaza, although there are many issues that are not yet solved. We should realize that the only way for Israel, to create a different way, a different mechanism in the Middle East, is by being proactive. And you see the initiates we've done in Hezbollah with the Beeper strike and all of this, and what we have done together with our allies from the U.S. in Iran is something that should we should learn the lesson. You should not be you can ever not be in the responding side. You cannot be just wait and sit for a terror organization to attack and then to respond. This is what we have done actually since we went out of Gaza. The same was done in Lebanon. And in any point of history, of Israel history, when we turned our back to a problem, the problem just attacked us more severely. So we cannot turn a blind eye to this situation, and we should be all the time proactive. And I think this is the major lesson from what we have witnessed in the last 2 years.
Right. The best defense is a good offense in this case, which Definitely. Is an American football term kind of flipped around. But that is certainly leading up to October 7th. There are some questions about afterwards. Here we are after 2 years of combat on the ground here, and Israel, as you said, had major achievements, knocking out the Hamas leadership and reducing its military capabilities. But there's some questions asked about why, for example, so many of Hamas, or at least enough of Hamas fighters remain to assert control over its territory. Why? This was a figure that was given, and it's certainly an estimate. Some reports of that some 70% of the tunnels in Gaza may still remain there under the surface. Why didn't the IDF, once it engaged in battle, what were the perhaps shortcomings it had during the fighting?
I think there are many causes, and some would blame the Biden administration.
Limitations put up by the Americans.
And actually an embargo on the Israeli IDF. Don't go to Rafah, don't go to Philadelphia or whatever. Some would say that the IDF for many years now forget what's the value of winning. So we just fought the war between the wars. So we were very good at at commando operations and so on, but forgot how to win an actual war, and these are things that are changing. From the beginning of the war, we have seen now a much more experienced IDF, and the combats and the commanders on the grounds are really determined to win. So this is the Israeli spirit is something that really showed in this war. And in this respect, I'm very optimistic because the senior command of the army has to change. The spirit has to change, but the spirit that we're witnessing on the grounds is amazing.
Right. There is an issue looking forward. It's more of perhaps a political issue, but something the IDF is going to be involved in. And since you were the chief officer of the reservists, what we call the Miluimnikim in Hebrew in Israel, and also in your organization now, which tries to install Zionist values in Israeli society, there is a major issue about the service of the ultra-Orthodox or Haredi population. This week there'll be an unprecedented demonstration, apparently, by leaders of that community against serving in the IDF. This is both an issue, I guess it's a spiritual issue, a Zionist issue, and there's some practical consequences because the IDF does struggle now with manpower. So I wonder how you see that, a way out of this situation moving forward.
I think it goes the same to what I just said about the Israeli army. There is a major difference between the Haredi leadership, the politicians, and what's going on in the street. I think there are many people in the ultra-Orthodox community that really understand that they should be a part of the Israeli society, the Israeli, they're taking part of the security burden, serving in the army or in any other form of national service. and the leaders are not there, and the politicians are not there yet, and this is a major issue in Israel. And I would say that within the next year or so, mainly where elections are getting close, we should see a major change going on, because what has been going on for the last few decades cannot continue. You cannot have a population of hundreds of thousands of people. The major part of them are not, learning Torah from day to night. They cannot not be a part of the Israeli society. And I believe, as I hear voices from the street, that this is going to change.
Well, that would be the Zionist ethos
Really?
extending to all parts of Israel, certainly in the Jewish communities. General Danny Van Buren, thank you for joining us on ILTV Security Brief.
Thank you.
And now a final word. In 1978, following the IDF's Operation Litani incursion to counter terror attacks from South Lebanon, the UN decided to dispatch an international peacekeeping force of thousands of soldiers and officials to the area. The United Nations Interim Force in Lebanon, or UNIFIL, was mandated to assist the Lebanese army in securing the border region, helping it neutralize unauthorized military activity of the sort that constantly required Israel to act in order to protect its northern communities. Needless to say, over the following 5 decades, UNIFIL amassed a record of near unblemished failure in that regard. Although it was quick to cite Israeli violations of Lebanese sovereignty, UNIFIL did next to nothing in preventing first Palestinian terror groups and then later Hezbollah forces from seizing de facto control of the border area and using it as a staging ground to launch terror attacks on Israel. Finally, after the latest round of fighting between Hezbollah and Israel ended in the ceasefire agreement reached last November, the international community finally realized the futility of UNIFIL. And in September, the Security Council voted to conclude its mandate at the end of this year after the U.S. and other countries pressured the Beirut government to deploy troops from a reinforced Lebanese army into South Lebanon and assert full control of the security situation. Unfortunately, Israel is still having to act in Lebanon, launching airstrikes against Hezbollah operatives, trying to reestablish its military infrastructure along the border in violation of the ceasefire agreement. Yet again, though, UNIFIL is doing little to monitor or counter those Hezbollah actions. Instead, over this weekend, its forces shot down an Israeli UAV trying to monitor Hezbollah activities and then complained when the IDF took action to prevent the drone from falling into the wrong hands. This episode is emblematic of the entire history of UNIFIL's wrong-headed approach in South Lebanon, a tragic comedy of errors that hopefully will really end with its termination in 2 months' time. With all that's going on nowadays in relation to Gaza, the situation in South Lebanon and UNIFIL's final days there are drawing comparatively little attention. Still, some valuable lessons are to be learned from the failure of UNIFIL in regards to the new international security force being set up for Gaza. One is that the UN, or any collective or international organization, is simply not a party that is reliable enough in serving as the ultimate authority for a mission that may require force of arms in keeping the peace in a hostile environment, especially when it comes to defending Israel's interests. Thankfully, the Trump administration seems to have taken that lesson to heart by designating the U.S. as having clear responsibility and authority over new security measures in Gaza, even if that does not entail American military boots on the ground there. Thus, Israelis should welcome the unprecedented step of the U.S. setting up its new Gaza Civil Military Command in Kiryat Gat, rather than viewing it as an infringement on their sovereignty. But the other hard-earned lesson from the UNIFIL experience is the need of the international community to recognize Israel's right to take action to defend itself when other safeguards designed to do so fall short of that mission. The international security force in Gaza must be tasked with the role of ensuring the return of all Israeli hostage remains, the decommissioning of Hamas's arms, and the demilitarization of the Strip. However, if it fails to do so, the U.S., under this or any successive administration, must fully support Israel's right to complete those missions, using military force when necessary. This would be in stark contrast to the routine condemnations at the UN and elsewhere directed Israel's way for the countless times it has had to act in Lebanon as a result of UNIFIL's impotence in the face of Hezbollah's aggression. UNIFIL will soon mercifully wrap up its existence, having accomplished little in the way of the mission it was tasked to do so. But at the very least, it leaves behind a legacy of failure that provides a blueprint of what not to do for those now tasked with keeping the peace in Gaza and building a better future there for the benefit of both Israelis and Palestinians. Thank you for joining us on ILTV Security Brief. At Emunah's Neve Michael Children's Village, one center is offering safety, healing, and hope to some of Israel's most vulnerable girls. Here's the story of how the Teen Girls Crisis Center is changing lives, one girl at a time.
For girls who have endured unimaginable trauma, abuse, neglect, and fear, the road to recovery begins here at Neve Michael's Teen Girls Crisis Center. It's the only facility of its kind in Israel, a safe haven for girls aged 12 to 15 who have been removed from their homes by Israel's welfare services. Led by director Nadia Bobrovsky, the center provides emotional and psychological treatment, psychiatric care, and constant support, all designed to help the girls rebuild trust and find strength.
The first thing we try to give them is the feeling that they are wanted, that we waited for them.
When a new girl arrives, she's greeted not with judgment, but with love, a personalized sign, a small gift, and the reassurance that she is seen and accepted.
We don't judge them, and we accept them. And this is the first feeling we want them to get when they come to our center.
Each girl's story is different, but their needs are the same: safety, stability, and someone who believes in them. Many arrive in crisis, scared, withdrawn, and mistrusting of adults. But over time, something changes.
The biggest change that we see in those girls is the ability to trust people, to form a healthy connections that based on respect.
Behind every breakthrough is a dedicated team of therapists, social workers, and caregivers. And behind them stands Emunah, the organization that makes this work possible. For 90 years, Emunah has been at the heart of Israel's social welfare system, helping vulnerable children and families break cycles of abuse and distress. Through education, therapy, and love, Emunah builds lives of purpose and possibility. The Teen Girls Crisis Center at Neve Michael embodies that vision, ensuring that no girl is left to face her trauma alone.
They will get more tools and will be able to use those tools in the future whenever they get to another crisis or will have a hard time.
At Neve Michael, every girl is given the chance to heal, to hope, and to dream again.
Israel's only English news channel, bringing you the headlines that matter every hour, straight from the center of where it's all unfolding.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. We're live from Israel, bringing you the biggest headlines of the day. I'm India Naftali, and here's your roundup of the latest developments across Israel and the region. In a somber moment for Israel, the bodies of 3 additional hostages were returned from Gaza to their families in Israel last night for burial. The fallen were IDF soldiers who were abducted on October 7th. Colonel Asaf Hamami, 40 years old, Captain Omer Maxim Nutra, just 21 years old, and Staff Sergeant Oz Daniel, 19. They were all killed defending communities across the Gaza border during Hamas's surprise invasion on October 7, 2023. Colonel Hamami, who commanded the Gaza Division's Southern Brigade, fell defending Kibbutz Nirim. Captain Nutra, an American lone soldier from New York, served in the IDF's 7th Armored Brigade. He was killed when his tank was struck by RPG fire. Staff Sergeant Oz Daniel, serving in the same tank squad, died heroically attempting to wrestle a grenade from a Hamas gunman. U.S. President Donald Trump confirmed the return of Nutra's remains and spoke with his parents. With this latest development, there are now 8 deceased Israeli hostages still held in Gaza. U.S. President Donald Trump made headlines again for wading into Israeli domestic affairs during his 60 Minutes interview on CBS. Trump said Washington would be involved in Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's ongoing corruption trial, calling the charges against the Israeli leader unfair. He urged Israel's President Isaac Herzog to consider a pardon, repeating his long-standing claim that Netanyahu has been mistreated by Israel's judicial system. Trump also claimed that normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia was still on the table under his leadership. He predicted the kingdom would join the Abraham Accords. Let's take a listen to Trump.
The Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia is coming to the White House this month. He has said they won't join the Abraham Accords without a two-state solution. Do you believe that?
No, I think he's going to join. I think we will have a solution. I don't know if it's going to be two-state. That's going to be up to Israel and other people and me.
A dramatic and high-profile search for Israel's former military advocate general ended last night in central Israel in the city of Herzliya. Yafit Tomer Yerushalmi, the outgoing IDF advocate general, who recently resigned amid a leak investigation tied to a controversial leaked video scandal which drastically impacted Israel's image during the war, was reported missing last night. Police feared the worst after a letter described as a suicide note was found at her home. Police and search and rescue teams launched an urgent coastal search using helicopters and flares. 2 hours later, Tomer Yerushalmi made contact with her husband and was found alive. Then, just hours after being located, Tomer Yerushalmi was arrested in connection with the classified video leak. Authorities have not yet confirmed the exact charges. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is warning that Israel's northern front could escalate again. Speaking at his weekly cabinet meeting, Netanyahu said Hezbollah is attempting to rearm and rebuild its capabilities in southern Lebanon, adding that Israel will do whatever is necessary to defend its citizens and maintain security along the border. He also called on the Lebanese government to enforce the ceasefire agreement that requires Hezbollah's disarmament, something Israel says has yet to happen. The IDF confirmed earlier that 4 members of Hezbollah's elite Radwan force were killed in an airstrike in southern Lebanon on Saturday night, and another commander was eliminated a day earlier. The 2024 ceasefire deal had required Hezbollah to withdraw from the border region and for the Lebanese army to take control. Israel, however, continues to strike targets that say violate the agreement and maintains a limited presence in key areas along the border. And finally, Charlie Kirk's widow, Erica Kirk, is set to accept a public diplomacy award on his behalf at the Christian Media Summit in Jerusalem. 4 months before Charlie's assassination, he wrote a letter to Prime Minister Netanyahu urging Israel to improve its digital diplomacy efforts, offering to help personally. That's a wrap for this edition of ILTV. Stay with us throughout the day for our next edition of ILTV on the Hour. We'll be here as events continue to unfold. Scan the QR code to download our app for live updates and reports from the ground. Until then.
Welcome to ILTV's Israel Daily. I'm Ladar Gravelazi, and coming up in today's newscast. U.S. Central Command catches Hamas in the act of stealing humanitarian aid. The IDF strikes Hezbollah terrorist in Lebanon. Is the Iranian proxy group rearming? And intelligence reports indicate a new potential war front may be on the verge of opening. As Hamas remains in breach of the ceasefire agreement, the U.S. military has released footage showing the terror group is looting aid meant for Palestinian civilians. Hamas is denying the charges despite the act all being caught on camera. The latest in the following report. U.S. Central Command, or CENTCOM, released a video showing Hamas terrorists looting humanitarian aid meant for Palestinian civilians in Khan Yunis. The U.S.-led Civil Military Coordination Center, or CMCC, obtained the footage by a U.S. aerial drone conducting surveillance over Gaza and shows terrorists attacking the driver of a truck and stealing the aid. The driver's current status remains unknown. Hamas has denied the charges. CENTCOM said that over the past week, international partners have delivered more than 600 trucks of commercial goods and aid into Gaza daily. Over the weekend, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff of the U.S. Armed Forces, General Dan Kane, visited Israel as the official guest of the Chief of the General Staff, Eyal Zamir. During the visit, the General and the Chief of General Staff held a joint situational assessment, during which they discussed regional challenges, focusing primarily on the situation in Gaza and future challenges in both nearby and distant arenas. Meanwhile, taking the opportunity while speaking at an IDF officers course graduation ceremony at the Combat Officers Training School at Bad 1, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said Israel will not give up on achieving total victory, and if it has to, will do it alone.
אנחנו מחליטים ואנחנו פועלים ככל שצריך להסיר סכנה מיידית לכוחותינו. אנחנו מחליטים ואנחנו פועלים. בסופו של יום, החמאס יפורק מנשקו ועזה תפורז. אם כוחות זרים יעשו זאת, מה טוב. ואם הם לא יעשו זאת, אנחנו נעשה זאת.
And Hamas has reportedly found the remains of 3 more hostages, according to a report in Arab Al Arabiya media. The area where the terror group searched for and claimed to have found the bodies is on the Israeli side of the Yellow Line. Israel is reportedly preparing to receive the bodies tonight. And in the meantime, the remains of 2 Israeli hostages, 84-year-old Amiram Cooper and 25-year-old Sahar Baruch, were returned to Israel late last week, bringing closure to their families after years of uncertainty. Then on Friday night, Hamas handed over additional remains that Israeli authorities say do not belong to any hostages still held in Gaza. ILTV correspondent India Naftali has more for us. India, can you break this all down for us?
Lidar, it's been more than 2 years since the Hamas massacre that began this war. And for 2 families, the wait to bring their loved ones home is finally over. But even as the remains of Aviram Cooper and Sahar Baruch return to Israel, the whereabouts of the 11 others remain unknown. The caskets were received inside Gaza by IDF troops, draped in Israeli flags, and escorted to the Abu Kabir Forensic Institute in Tel Aviv for identification. Aviram Cooper, who was an economist, poet, and one of the founders of Kibbutz Nir Oz, was kidnapped with his wife Norit on October 7th. She was released weeks later. He was murdered in captivity. Sahar Baruch, a young engineering student from Kibbutz Be'eri, was killed during a failed rescue attempt in December 2023. The Hostages and Missing Families Forum said that the return provides some measure of comfort for the family after 2 years of unbearable uncertainty. And last night in Tel Aviv, at a rally for the still remaining hostages in Gaza, family members of the deceased hostages spoke out.
איתי שלנו ועוד 10 חטופים הם לא גופות, הם בני אדם עם שמות, פנים, משפחות וחלומות, שנלקחו בכוח ועדיין חיים בלב של כולנו. המלחמה הזו לא תסתיים עד שכל החטופים חוזרים הביתה.
On Friday, Hamas handed over the partial remains of the 3 additional individuals via the Red Cross. Israeli forensic experts determined they were not hostages. Israel says Hamas continues to stall in returning the remaining bodies, despite the terms of the ceasefire. But amid the sorrow, there are signs of hope. Former hostage Ebitar David, once seen in a Hamas video starving and forced to dig his own grave, was seen eating a burger and removing his hostage photos from his family's car. And Alon Ohel, a pianist held for 737 days, returned to the stage, performing on the piano for one of Israel's most famous TV programs, Eretz Nehederet. For the families of Cooper and Baruch, the long wait has ended, but for many others, the struggle goes on. Israel says it remains committed to bringing back every captive, living or deceased. Back to you, Lidar.
Thank you, India, for the report. And moving on now to the northern front, which is heating up. Israel struck southern Lebanon, eliminating Hezbollah terrorists as Defense Minister Katz accused the Lebanese president of dragging his feet. The latest in the following report. The IDF confirmed Sunday morning it struck and eliminated 4 terrorists from Hezbollah's Radwan force. In a statement, the army said that last night, under the leadership of Northern Command and using the Air Force, the IDF struck the Ramman area in southern Lebanon and eliminated the head of logistics support for Hezbollah's Radwan force in the area. The IDF said the terrorists facilitated the transfer of combat means and engaged in attempts to rehabilitate Hezbollah's terror infrastructure in the southern Lebanon area, in clear violation of the ceasefire agreement between Israel and Lebanon. Following the strike, Defense Minister Israel Katz issued a statement accusing the president of Lebanon of dragging his feet. Katz said the Iranian-backed terror proxy is playing with fire and called on the Lebanese government to uphold its commitment to disarm Hezbollah and remove it from southern Lebanon. According to the U.S.-brokered ceasefire agreement, Hezbollah must fully disarm and its terror forces pushed back to above the Litani River, both of which have yet to be implemented by the Lebanese government and army. Katz reiterated that Israel will continue its policy of maximum enforcement and said this might even intensify, adding that Israel will not allow any threat to the residents of the north. And speaking this weekend at a conference in Manama, Bahrain, U.S. Special Envoy to Lebanon and Syria, Thomas Barrack, said on Saturday that despite the setbacks, Hezbollah still remains a major threat to the state of Israel. He questioned who really runs Lebanon, Hezbollah or the Lebanese government. This is what he had to say.
So what's the state? The state is Hezbollah. You go south, Hezbollah gives you water, it gives you an education, gives you a stipend, has 40,000 soldiers. LAF, Lebanese Armed Forces, has 60,000 soldiers. The only problem is the Hezbollah soldiers make $2,200 a month. The LAF soldiers make $275 a month. The Hezbollah soldiers have 15,000, 20,000 rockets and missiles. The LAF soldiers are driving old Jeeps, some AK-47s. So which army is which? What's happening?
And not far from Israel's northern border, Iraqi militias backed by the Islamic Republic of Iran are currently arming at a rapid speed. Reports are now suggesting that the IDF and Mossad are preparing for an October 7th-style rocket attack from Iraqi territory. ILTV's Devo Klein has more.
Sources from the IDF's Northern Command told Walla that the IDF and Mossad are preparing for a developing threat against Israel from Iranian-backed militias in Iraq. The Islamic Republic of Iran have been investing significant resources in arming and training Islamic terrorist militias in the region. But it was a reported visit of the IRGC commander Ismail Qani to Iraq that raised significant awareness of an imminent attack. Reports are suggesting that the main method of attack would likely involve launching missiles and drones from Iraqi territory, following a pattern similar to the one used during the Israel-Hamas war against Israel's home front. A secondary option could be a ground maneuver beginning in Iraq, moving through Syria, and potentially reaching the Israel-Jordan border. Israel is reportedly monitoring activity of the militias in Iraq, such as weapons smuggling and suspicious activity. Now all that's left is playing the waiting game. Should Iraqi terrorists attack Israel, Israel's security forces should be ready.
And the president of Iran, Masoud Pezeshkian, announced today that Tehran will rebuild its nuclear facilities. Speaking to a state media during a visit to the country's atomic energy organization, Pezeshkian said it would do so with greater strength. He maintained, however, that the nuclear program is for purely civilian purposes. In June, Israel and the United States bombed Iran's nuclear facilities, with U.S. President Trump saying that the country's nuclear program has been totally obliterated. Yet despite this, the regime seems determined to rebuild not only its nuclear program, but its terror proxies as well. And so joining us now with more on all of these latest developments in the region is Dr. Nir Baums, researcher at the Department for Conflict Resolution at Tel Aviv University. Thank you for joining us.
Good to be here.
So Israel, of course, has a ceasefire with Hamas in Gaza, a ceasefire with Hezbollah in Lebanon, and the other sort of Iranian-backed proxies, the Houthis, Iraqi militias, have so far halted their attacks on Israel for now. But it does seem as though the threats are still very much present despite all of Israel's achievements. I mean, what's your assessment of this?
Well, the Iranians have not attempted to stop their armed struggle, their ideological struggle, and their attempts to complete what they call the Islamic Revolution of Iran, which targets the United States and targets Israel. They have lost some of the influence of their near proxies in the region because of Israel's assertive action in Lebanon and in Gaza, but they still have assets. You've seen that the Houthis in Yemen have continued until, as you've said, they have halted, temporarily some of their activities in the context of the ceasefire, and they're using this time to make sure they are arming additional proxies and additional militias. This is the Iranian weapon against Israel. It has not put to rest. And next time when we're going to have a round of conflicts, there's a very good chance we will meet these militias. One of them, Kataib Hezbollah, is the same militia that until very recently had held an Israeli researcher, Elizabeth Chorkov, as a hostage. So none of it had stopped. And I have not heard the Iranians say that despite the fact that they were bombed by the United States or by Israel, they're going to stop their armed struggle. I think that's what you've just said with the latest statement from the president, Pezeshkian. No, it's the contrary. They will continue.
And so I do want to break it down sort of by country. I mean, what's happening in Lebanon now? According to the U.S. envoy, we heard Hezbollah remains very much a threat. I mean, what is the status of this Iranian proxy now? And of course, the state of the ceasefire in Lebanon?
Well, the ceasefire continues. It's somewhat fragile. We've had a report a few days ago that since the beginning of the ceasefire, the IDF identified 330 Hezbollah activists that were dismantled with kinetic activities. And that means that the IDF continues to monitor violation of the ceasefire, act when needed. And that's it is becoming clear that there is not a real motivation for the Hezbollah to move away from the south of Lebanon. There is some motivation in Lebanon, and there's certainly an American push to make sure that the move to dismantle Hezbollah will happen. But for that, more needs to happen in Lebanon. And as we've just heard a few minutes ago with the comments of Special Envoy Thomas Barak, it's not so easy when Hezbollah still has more abilities, more advanced weapons, and to some degree more resources, although that is beginning to change in compared to the Lebanese armed forces. Mm-hmm. The challenge is to continue to, on the one hand, help the Lebanese armed forces do their work and dismantle Hezbollah, and at the same time making sure that the Lebanese armed forces are not going to be penetrated by Hezbollah, so that the influence of Hezbollah in Iran will be kept in Lebanon. This is something that was tried a few times in the past. We now have another window, a real window to do it. Hezbollah is not going to disarm willingly, so there needs to be a more significant push.
And the report of the militias in Iraq is alarming. But at the end of the day, sort of despite the U.S. and Israeli attacks on the Islamic regime itself, it's slowly and surely rebuilding itself, rebuilding its terror proxies. Are we going to see or likely to see another round of fighting then at the end of the day between Israel and possibly the United States and the Islamic regime?
Well, are we going to see another round of fighting in Gaza if we're looking at the trajectory of the past, at least? We have seen that after every operation, even significant operations, when the issue, the ceasefire did not sort the actual core problem, Hamas in that sense, it stayed in touch, it stayed on the ground. It meant that there would be another round of escalation. And we've seen now, after the ceasefire, that we still have clashes because, again, Hamas is still there. Can that trajectory be the same in Iran? We have been fighting Iran directly in last June, but we have been fighting Iran for over a decade, mainly in Syria, a little bit in a number of other fronts, and in Lebanon. We had taken the first general of the IRGC in Iran. We've taken them in Syria in 2015 already. That's already been a direct war.
All right, well, there is certainly no shortage of threats here in Israel. Dr. Nir Balms, thank you so much for your analysis today.
Good to be here.
And moving on, the alleged abuse by IDF soldiers at the Sde Teiman prison caused major headlines around the world last year after a tape was leaked to the press purporting to show abuses of Palestinian terrorists. Only the tape may have been doctored, and the leak came from the military prosecutor herself. All the details of this outrageous story in the following report. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on Sunday slammed disgraced military advocate general Major General Ifat Tomer Yerushalmi, calling her actions perhaps the most severe public relations attack that the State of Israel has experienced since its establishment. Speaking at the start of the weekly cabinet meeting, Netanyahu called for an independent external investigation into her actions. Tomer Yerushalmi resigned from her post as the top military lawyer after new evidence came to light that she was the person responsible for leaking a video of IDF soldiers allegedly committing abuses against Palestinian terrorists to the press. The video, which is now said to have been doctored, caused immense damage to the image of the IDF and the State of Israel worldwide. In her resignation letter, Tomer Yerushalmi admitted to leaking the tape and said her decision to do so was made following what she called a smear campaign against the military prosecution. In her letter, she did not address false statements that were given to the High Court of Justice and to then Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, who has publicly accused her of lying to him over the incident. She also did not address the military's internal probe of this alleged leak, which seems to have been a fake effort conducted by her own office to probe her own leak. Meanwhile, the IDF reservists from Force 100 who were accused of this alleged abuse held a press conference today and said they had been unfairly accused, insisting on their innocence and adding they would not get a fair trial because of the leaked tape. Speaking to the press, they said they hope they would win their court case because, quote, the truth is on our side. And moving on, over Halloween, the FBI foiled an ISIS-inspired terror plot supposed to be carried out over the spooky holiday. While the Halloween nightmare was averted, detectives discovered online chat rooms that promoted the terror act. ILTV's Devo Klein has the story.
2 men were arrested on Friday in Michigan, and 3 others were detained for questioning after the FBI said it foiled a planned terror attack for Halloween weekend. FBI agents raided a house in Dearborn, Michigan, a Detroit suburb once nicknamed the, quote, jihad capital of America, due to its incredibly high presence of Muslim communities. But the operation, according to the FBI, was more complex than a simple raid. After being anonymously tipped off, FBI undercover agents joined an online chat room where they discovered extreme rhetoric inciting violence and terror. The suspects wrote online that they went to a shooting range to practice changing magazines quickly. It was clear from the chat room that no clear plan was outlined for the attack. It was only mentioned that it would be modeled after ISIS attacks that they had seen on the internet. But it was the code Pumpkin Day that told the FBI that the attack was going to be carried out on Halloween night. The raids and arrests followed, and what could have been a nightmare scenario during the spookiest night of the year was averted.
And our final story tonight, more than 2,700 people from over 20 countries gathered in Hollywood, Florida, as Jewish National Fund USA launched its annual global conference for Israel. The event highlighted the organization's circles of impact, representing the transformative work on the ground in Israel that touches every community from the north to the south. The conference aimed to unify the global Jewish community in a spirit of hope, resilience, and action. From former hostages to international allies, speakers shared powerful personal testimonies, showcased rebuilding efforts across Israel, and called for a worldwide movement of truth, faith, and freedom. ILTV's Deva Klein has more.
The Jewish National Fund USA Global Conference kicked off with an extraordinary opening expo, where the organization proudly showcased local Israeli craftsmanship, including handmade jewelry, clothing, and art, to support Israeli businesses and entrepreneurs. Guests were then ushered to the main hall, where Jewish National Fund USA President Deb Lust Zaluda and CEO Russell F. Robinson emphasized the theme of radical hope, marking the end of captivity for living hostages and the beginning of rebuilding efforts. After sharing his personal story and connection to Israel and the Jewish people, JNF USA CEO Russell Robinson had one message to the people of the organization and to the people of the world.
So let's shout out to the world without any hesitation. Israel makes the world a better place.
Robinson honored the men and women who make the organization's operations possible, saying that they are, quote, the secret sauce. Former hostage Omer Shem Tov took to the stage alongside his parents, expressing heartfelt gratitude to the Jewish National Fund USA community for their support. His powerful words, "I stand here as a free man," generated a standing ovation.
My name is Omer Shem Tov, and I'm a free man.
The many projects of Jewish National Fund USA were on full display, including the launch of the Emergence of a New North initiative in northern Israel. This visionary project showcased high-tech incubators, the Galilee Culinary Institute, new housing developments, and the delivery of bomb shelters to farmers on the front lines. All part of Jewish National Fund USA's ongoing efforts to revitalize Israel's north and restore security, stability, and resilience to its communities. Jewish National Fund USA positions itself not just as a fundraising organization, but as a global movement of builders, defenders, and visionaries. The message to attendees was clear: visit Israel, engage with its communities, support tangible development, and stand united with Israel against hate and misinformation.
And now let's take a look at the weather forecast. Cloudy skies are expected around most of the country tonight, with temperatures reaching lows of 19 degrees Celsius or 67 degrees Fahrenheit. Then tomorrow we'll see cloudy skies alongside steady temperatures with highs of 30 degrees Celsius or 87 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's a wrap for today's news. For the latest updates from Israel on all your devices, be sure to follow our ILTV channels and our new live channel. And you can also catch us on Screen IL with 24/7 live coverage. Stay informed with the latest news straight from the heart of Israel. I'm Ladar Gravelazi. Be well, and thank you so much for watching.
Hello and welcome to the ILTV News Podcast. I'm Ayan Hoffman, Executive Editor of ILTV News, and we're so happy to welcome back our viewers and listeners. Now, we're in for a very special guest today with someone coming all the way from the United States. We have today Mitchell Silk. He is the former Assistant Secretary for International Markets at the U.S. Department of the Treasury. He served in the first administration of U.S. President Donald Trump. He's also the first Hasidic Jew to ever serve in a presidentially nominated and Senate-confirmed role. So here we go. Welcome.
Great to be here, Mayan. Thank you so much for having me.
Such a pleasure to have you. Now, you have been called a pioneer, as I mentioned, the first Hasidic Jew ever confirmed by the Senate. What went through your mind that first day that you walked into the Treasury?
It was a shocker. I took my breath away. I felt just the enormity of the earth upon me. What kept me grounded is the very simple kind of Yiddish learning that we have, rechte Fies, go in with your right foot first. And I just kept going step after step after that.
Wow, and you were there from 2017 to 2020. It's a long time. You also happen to be a very busy man outside of your work with 8 children, from what I understand, and 7 grandchildren, a large family. What lessons from parenting do you carry into the negotiating these billion-dollar deals that you worked out when you were in the White House?
Small steps, keep everybody moving along toward a big vision.
Yeah, wow. So now you're fluent in a number of languages, including one that is probably somewhat controversial today, given the United States' relationship with China, Mandarin and Cantonese. But I also read that your favorite language is not either of these, but in fact, Yiddish. Do you ever find yourself sort of slipping into Yiddish when you're in these meetings with very important people?
I work very hard to incorporate Yiddish into all of my work. I even got into a little bit of trouble with then Undersecretary David Malpass, who went on to lead the World Bank, when he wanted to name a particular initiative that I had formulated for infrastructure finance. And the name that they chose, because it was directed toward the Western Hemisphere, was America Crece. I'm not a Spanish speaker. I understand now that it means Americas grow.
Okay.
We were helping our partners grow throughout the Western Hemisphere and the Caribbean. And he stepped out of his office with a draft of the speech that he was going to use to launch the program with his senior counselor. And they had come up with this name that they really, really liked. His senior counselor was a native Spanish speaker. And they asked me how I felt about the name America Crece. And I said, well, gee, Mr. Undersecretary, why not America Vax, the Yiddish version? He thought I was serious, and he thought there might be an issue, and I never heard the end of it from a senior counselor.
Oh, really?
But I work hard to incorporate Yiddish into all of my meetings. I find that it brings a personal touch and a connection with every foreign minister, foreign counterpart that I've worked with.
Were your parents Yiddish speakers? Is that how you learned Yiddish?
It's interesting. My parents were first-generation Americans, so their parents really didn't want them to speak Yiddish. My grandparents all spoke Yiddish. I loved the language since I was small. I grew up speaking a little bit, and I spent a lot of time in my teens really perfecting my Yiddish and working on it.
And you must have a real gift for languages to be able to speak English, these Chinese languages as well as the Asian languages as well as the Yiddish, because they're very different one from the other.
It's interesting, Mayan. You know, I taught Chinese when I was an undergrad, and I found that I was teaching like extraordinary students at Georgetown University, undergrad, most of them in the School of Foreign Service. I would find that straight-A students, some of them, even more than a few, really struggled with Chinese. And ultimately, I think what it boils down to in terms of perfecting proficiency in a language is interest. Mm-hmm. If you're really interested in it, you'll do well, provided that you've got a good enough ear. But I think it really boils down to interest. I was very, very interested when I started to learn Chinese. I love Yiddish, and so I've spent a lot of time on my Yiddish, reading and other forms of education. So I think it's interest in the end.
Was the Chinese part of wanting to be involved in finance, given the role that China played in the United States, certainly at the time that you were in school?
I would like to attribute my success, particularly being a first in the position that I served, on an exceptional amount of foresight, but it really, really wasn't the case. Some people...
I don't think you're supposed to tell people that.
Yeah, I mean, some people call it happenstance. I like to refer to it as hashgacha pratis, divine providence. In my case, I started to learn Chinese really out of a requirement of my personal circumstances. I went out to work to help our family's finances at a very young age, right after my bar mitzvah. Oh, wow. I ended up working in a Chinese restaurant. I started out as a dishwasher.
Were you religious at the time?
I come from a traditional family, and I started in the kitchen, moved my way out to the dining room as a busboy and then later as a waiter. And I realized that when I started waiting tables, if I really wanted to do a good job and maximize my earning potential by getting good tips, I needed to get food out of the kitchen. And the only way to do that was to be able to communicate with the cooks, all of whom were Chinese speakers.
Well, that's certainly entrepreneurial and financial related in some capacity. So you did that, and then you went on to, I guess, become, somebody who in the financial industry. When did you make the flip from learning linguistics and things of that nature to wanting to be in business?
It happened in college. It's kind of interesting. You talk to folks these days, and they go for one degree and a second degree, and they do a double major, and then they do a master's. And I end up asking people, who are still in college and university programs in their 30s, what do they want to be when they grow up? Mm-hmm. In my time, I and a lot of my fellow classmates were very focused on the future. I wanted to find a way that I could combine my passion in Asian culture with some functional expertise that would lead to a progression or a path in a profession. So when I was in my junior year at college, I had a conversation with my then mentor, Professor Thomas Robinson. It was a pretty quick conversation. I said, Professor Robinson, I need some direction. His first question to me was, do you want to be a doctor? I said, well, gee, I'm not pre-med, not really good with blood. So he said, okay, do you want to become a dentist? I said, well, gee, Professor, same answer. And he said, okay, you're going to law school. And so that's basically what happened. And it's been an extraordinary run because I found that the law is for me. I enjoy solving problems, really big, complex, multidimensional problems, and I enjoy helping people.
Wow, that's a great answer. Now, I was reading up about you, to try to learn more. You've got your new book coming out, obviously, Seat at the Table, which is what I really want to get into and talk about. But there were a couple of interesting anecdotes in some of the things that I read that I just needed to ask you about. The first one is I read that you helped save a rabbi from food poisoning while in China. Can you just share that story?
So I was in Beijing, 86, 87, right after I finished my JD. I was sent over as one of 10 fellowship recipients from the U.S. government, National Academy of Sciences. Mm-hmm. There were 1,000 applicants in my year. 10 were chosen. I was the only one chosen in law. And I wanted to really use the experience to better my Chinese, have experience in the mainland, learn Chinese law in China. But I also wanted to leverage the time to be able to explore the mystique and all of the back roads of China. And so whenever possible, a couple of friends and I would take trips. And one place that I really wanted to go to was Kaifeng, which was the capital of China, capital of China during the Song Dynasty. It's in Henan province. Mm-hmm. And Kaifeng was really the easternmost point in the Silk Road. It was very important in international trade in its day. As such, since it was the easternmost point, Silk Road obviously started in the west, where traders would bring products from the west and sell them in the east and vice versa. It ended up attracting a lot of Jewish traders, particularly from Persia. Oh, okay. And so there was a Jewish community that existed in Kaifeng for hundreds of years. Through intermarriage, it ended in the late Qing dynasty, let's call it the early 1900s. But I always wanted to go and explore Kaifeng to look at and explore some of the Jewish communal artifacts there. There was a shul building that the shul used to be in, and there are still some matzevas, some tombstones that exist in where the Jewish cemetery is. And so I made the trip out there, had two really, really interesting experiences. One of them was when we went to the Kaifeng Hotel to register, as we were required under law at the time as foreigners. The manager of the hotel ran out into the courtyard where the China Travel Service office that we were registering at was located and said, do any of you speak English? So we were foreigners. Yes, I speak English. We have a very ill foreigner here. Turned out the woman's name was Emily Fagenson. She was from Los Angeles. She was suffering from pretty acute food poisoning. We knew we needed to get her hydrated, get her some glucose, get her some antibiotics. Very, very long story, details of which, really highly entertaining details of which are in the book. But long story short, we got her to the kind of comparable 4077 MASH type, medic unit in the field, as it were. We got her sorted out, and she was rather delirious. When we finally got her hooked up to an IV, they wanted to transfer her to a room where she could rest, a bed. There were no chairs, no rolling beds. They just had two poles that connected a canvas, and she laid down on the floor. Two fellows picked her up. Another guy walking through the Chinese alleys from the office to the room where she was going to be staying, holding an umbrella over her because it was raining. And she came to and grabbed me and said, please, it turns out she was a Reform rabbi. Please go back to my hotel room.
I was like, where's the rabbi come in?
Yeah, please go back to my hotel room and get me my tefillin because I don't know if I'm going to make it and I want to say the Shema.
Oh my goodness, what a story.
But the other even more entertaining incident occurred when we finally found the neighborhood where the Jewish community resided. Mm-hmm. There was one remaining, the last granddaughter of the last halachic Jewish man, Chinese Jewish man, who lived. He passed away in the early 1900s, about the 19-teens. So somebody told us that his granddaughter was standing in the square that we were at, and I walked up to her and tried to engage her in Chinese. This was in the late 80s, call it 1986. When the Communist Party still very, very heavily controlled all activity and all contact with foreigners, to the point where local folks would not want to unnecessarily entangle themselves in trouble with the party. So despite my efforts, she almost refused to engage. I kind of got a word or two out of her. It was nice to at least have seen her. I felt that at least we accomplished that. Went back to Beijing. A couple days later, I traveled to Hong Kong. There was not a shul in Beijing at the time, and because it was Rosh Hashanah.
Oh, gosh.
And I finally put two and two together, and I figured it out. I think that she was upset because we didn't bring her a bottle of Manischewitz for Rosh Hashanah.
That's not the answer I was expecting. So I do want to jump over to your time, working in the Treasury. Now, you called Trump's trade policy chess while others played checkers. So explain why you say that, and what was it like being one of the few people that was sitting around the table helping him move those pieces around?
Maybe I'll break that out a little bit to Trump 45 and Trump 47,
okay,
and take the analogy that you've drawn from what I've said and repoint a little bit.
Okay.
And my repointing is that in order to kind of be responsive, is that I believe the president is not just playing chess, but he's playing 3D chess. Okay. The president is a strategic genius. He sees far, far in front of him. And we did, I believe, a good job on the trade front during Trump 45. The accomplishment that I'm proudest of was the Phase 1 trade agreement with China, because I had been working in China for 30 years prior to joining Treasury. Mm-hmm. I had been assisting all of clients in my big law practice for 30 years, try to address the issues that the president was trying to pursue and champion for the betterment of our country and the U.S. people. And we were never able really to get them to the table, as it were. Whereas the president used a rather large leverage point in the form of tariffs to get the Chinese to come to the table, and ultimately we settled a deal with them that didn't completely erase the whole of the deficit, but put a good a target on putting a good dent into it, as well as dealing with all of the other key major issues: intellectual property, cyber issues, predatory international development finance practices, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And if we were to fast forward to Trump 47 to really provide an illustration of the 3D chess, I believe it's brilliant what the president has done. He came out of the corner punching on day one, literally day one, leveraging his executive authority to impose tariffs all over the place. A lot of folks will argue that tariffs are not good for the economy. The numbers, I think, show otherwise. Not all of the numbers, but a lot of the numbers. But one can only look at numbers at a particular point in time. I'm wholly confident that we will see benefits economically that will come in the mid and the long term. But the game that the president played was to come out of the corner swinging really hard with some very significant tariffs. And where we've ended up in around a half a year, between 3 to 6 months, is that he has cut deals with just around 10 countries that represent roughly 70-odd% of the trade deficit, while at the same time securing direct investment into the United States from those countries and purchases of U.S. energy for those countries, which means to say that he's assisting in onshoring manufacturing and helping build our industrial base, and therefore also as a byproduct of that helping unemployment numbers, labor numbers, while at the same time pursuing his energy dominance policy. And so 3D chess really refers to that whole process, bringing that first group of countries in, clearing the way so that we could focus our important resources on cracking the biggest trade nut, which is obviously China, which represents the biggest piece of that remaining 20-odd% of the deficit.
And you think he has something in place that's going to solve this before the end of his term?
I'm hopeful. I'm very hopeful. The folks that are working on that used to work under me or were colleagues of mine, and they're very, very talented people. And from what we are reading in the press, there's every indication that they're focusing on the right issues. It's a little bit more complicated now, Mayan, because critical minerals are in the mix now, and the Chinese are using those to leverage. Semiconductors are in the mix. But our team is doing a great job. We've got good people at Treasury. Jameson Greer, who used to work under Ambassador Lighthizer at USTR, is heading USTR. We've got great folks at Commerce, and I have every confidence in them.
You didn't want to go back to the White House this time around?
I'm a little bit busy at the moment in my present position. I've got a couple of big things cooking. I thoroughly enjoyed my time at Treasury. I feel it was the best job that I ever had, but I'm very committed to doing what I'm presently doing. And
something you can't share?
Well, I'm the group general counsel of a very large investment platform. We've got one really big transaction on now that I'm looking after, and I'm thoroughly excited about that.
Got it. You're in that. So, you did, sit in your role, though, at a pretty difficult time, certainly for the U.S. economy and really for the world, because it was during the pandemic. We all know what happened to travel and tourism during that time, and you were really the one that led, from what I understand, the $94 billion airline rescue plan. So tell us, what was the most human moment that you remember from that process? I mean, how did you come up with the plan, and what was going through your head? Because this was like a lot of jobs, an entire market, really, and it was impacting the world.
Yeah. I have to say, Mayan, that it was an extraordinarily challenging 9 months of my life, simply because of the enormity of the job.
Yeah.
And so if we were to break out enormity, there's the enormity of the lives that were depending on the relief. 700,000 aviation workers, give or take. Multiply that out by 3 for the average family size, and you get a percentage of the U.S. population, right? Enormity of the task, meaning that they're like a bunch of like really big airlines, call it a group from like 7 to 13, and then there are a lot of like really small guys, all of whom are relying on the relief, but at the same time have very, very different needs, the solutions for which were very, very different. And we were very, very bootstrapped in who we had in the building and who we could rely on. And remember, there was no infrastructure. There was no federal aviation bank in existence. There was no documentation. There was no structure. There were no payment system. There were no anti-fraud systems. There was no nothing. We had an application that came in, for example, just as an example, thousands of applications came in from an applicant in the Middle East applying for $1 billion loan, which we knew, off the bat was fraud, but we didn't have systems in place. We didn't have people. And it was through my book, I refer to my 4 Ps, one of which is perseverance, another of which is hashgacha, providence. And in my law career, I had handled at the time the largest restructuring in Asia ever that implicated billions and billions of dollars that was needed to be sorted in a very critical time period. If not, the enterprise would have failed, and the failure of that enterprise would have sent shockwaves through the Chinese financial markets, which in turn would have then had an effect on the Asian financial markets, and then in turn globally. That was a matter that went on for 2 years, nonstop, highly complex, a lot of moving parts, a lot of people, a lot of paper, and it was through the skills that I had acquired on that matter and others that really helped me through.
Now, you mentioned your 4 Ps, but you only mentioned 2 of them. So what are the rest of the 4 Ps? And what was the hardest one to uphold when you were working in Washington?
Well, I've just referred to perseverance, and that's not a hard one. One just puts their head down and moves along. Mm-hmm. I've mentioned divine providence, which is a little bit out of my control, right? Yeah. Progress over perfection is a rule that I've tended to follow for my whole career, simply because I found that the people that get too buried in the details just never end up getting anywhere. Yeah. The one that is certainly, I think, my favorite is personal touch. I found that, specifically referring to your question on Washington, that the degree to which I was able to achieve any level of success, any degree of success, it was really because I worked hard at creating personal bonds with the people that are across the table from me. I worked with 30-plus countries in Latin America on a bunch of initiatives. I represented the United States as head of delegation to meetings at the Financial Stability Board, which are a group of G20-plus ministers of finance and central bankers, like pretty high pressure. I worked with a couple dozen countries in Asia, did a fair bit of work in the Middle East here. And uniformly, what I found was that sitting at a table, reading talkers, engaging in constructive dialogue, quote unquote, is like one thing. But if you want to get something done, you kind of got to sit down with folks and hash out issues, understand what common ground is and where the challenges and kind of conflicts are, and then come up with ways to address those conflicts. And the best way that I found to do that was through understanding who was on the other side of the table and engaging with them, hopefully, if geographic circumstances allowed, over my dining table in Kellerem. I bought a house in Washington. There are very, very limited places where one can entertain kosher. And so I decided to create my own environment in my house, which I jokingly referred to as Palazzo Seta, the Silk Palace. I give it a little bit of Italian aura. And I cooked up very nice Chinese kosher food, anything kosher, served some very nice Israeli wine, and as people will read in the book, got a lot done over the table.
Did you ever? Well, first of all, who cooked? You had like a personal chef, your wife.
So my wife is an exceptional cook.
Okay.
And she was for most of the time, except during COVID, residing at our home in Borough Park because we have 3 young kids who were in schools and we felt we really couldn't supplant them. So I would travel every week to Washington on Sunday, go home on Thursday for Shabbos. I would work Friday at home when I wasn't traveling. During COVID, the one blessing of COVID was that I got to be with my family under the same roof for 3 months straight. But through my restaurant and other work, I picked up. I'm a pretty mean cook. I do really well in the kitchen.
So you were cooking for the diplomats?
I was not only cooking. I would run out of the building at like 5. Some I would do the night before, and I would shop and I would prep and I would cook and I would serve and I would clean after they left.
It's crazy. If only people knew that. I'm assuming a seat at the table is going to explain this to us in the book.
Everybody knew that. You're absolutely correct. Everybody knew that, and a couple of my staff, the really dedicated career professionals, used to always comment how they just did not understand how I could pull off these 4-course dinners and
they
still
aren't used
hold
to Shabbat,
Yeah, absolutely.
But tell me about some of this this dinner table diplomacy. Can you share, I don't want us to run out of time, but share a story with me of something that was really successful because of this dinner party.
Well, there are two examples that I give. One with the Panamanians, where we solved a really, really big problem for them financially for their state-owned energy utility. The engagement got off to a really, really rocky start. I was very convicted to the solution that I had for them. They didn't really see it up front. And it wasn't until the third bottle of wine and maybe second bottle of vodka.
How many bottles of wine did you take? That's so funny. Or the matzo ball
everybody
soup.
from the Panamanian delegation used to love to come over, and we had a really exceptional engagement with them. And it's not only important for Panama and for U.S.-Panama relations, but Panama is a relatively small country, but geopolitically, strategically, it's very, very important. But I think really the biggest win was with Vietnam. I had a very, very large infrastructure finance engagement with Vietnam. It took a little bit of time to penetrate, as was the case with every country. It wasn't an easy program, very impactful, but kind of complicated, a lot of details. And I remember that on my first trip to Vietnam of probably 4, I had a meeting with the then most senior finance official, who was the most senior economic policymaker within the Vietnamese Communist Party. The first meeting was very tense because Treasury had just labeled Vietnam as a currency manipulator. Chairman Bin, who is the official's name, was not too pleased with it, so he kind of hauled me in. I thought we were going to talk infrastructure finance. I didn't think that I was going to get a talking to, which I did in front of our embassy staff. We did fine in the meeting. But on his next trip to the United States, I invited him to my house. He brought a delegation of over 15 officials. I brought some of our officials, and I brought 3 Orthodox, one of whom is Hasidic, very successful, 2 of whom are Hasidic, very successful businessmen, to join the dinner party to speak about how we conduct business, and particularly how we dedicate parts of our profits to charity and communal commitment. We served the chairman galareta, pcha. We served him herring. I served him some really great chicken, a lot of Jewish delicacies, a lot of very nice Israeli wine, a little bit of my home-infused vodka. And on my trip right after that, he made a dinner for me. In Vietnam. He organized a kosher meal for me.
Wow.
And the ambassador of Vietnam in Washington was so touched that as prep to those meetings, I had invited him over. And I write about this in the book. He was very insistent that he reciprocate at the embassy in Washington. And so my front office was very busy for 3 weeks helping the staff at the embassy, Vietnamese embassy in Washington, sort out how they could prepare one dish so that we could share a kosher meal. And it was lovely.
Wow, it's so wild. So we are running out of time, or we are out of time, but I just want to make sure that our viewers know about this book, A Seat at the Table, that you're talking about, where they can get more of these stories, which are super engaging and funny, and yet so impactful probably on Americans' day-to-day life in terms of the, impact on the economy and on our relations with these foreign countries. So A Seat at the Table, I think, is going to be released next month in September. Is that right?
September 16th. It's available for pre-order on Amazon. It's being distributed by Simon & Schuster, so all of Simon & Schuster's outlets are carrying it on a bunch of different places in the internet.
Incredible. Well, Mitchell Silk, the former Assistant Secretary for International Markets at the U.S. Department of Treasury under Donald Trump in the previous administration, thank you so much for joining today.
Well, thank you.
ILTV News, your source for Israel in English. Reporting from the ground, where it happens, as it happens. An authentic, trusted voice in daily Israel news. Airing on 11 international TV channels and now launching a 24/7 Israeli news channel. Reaching millions every month across all social platforms. Independent, real, powered by truth. We don't just report, we connect. Thanks to a worldwide community that stands for truth. This is ILTV, your source for Israel in English.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. We're live from Israel, bringing you the biggest headlines of the day. I'm India Naftali, and here's your roundup of the latest developments across Israel and the region. In a somber moment for Israel, the bodies of 3 additional hostages were returned from Gaza to their families in Israel last night for burial. The fallen were IDF soldiers who were abducted on October 7th. Colonel Asaf Hamami, 40 years old, Captain Omer Maxim Nutra, just 21 years old, and Staff Sergeant Oz Daniel, 19. They were all killed defending communities across the Gaza border during Hamas's surprise invasion on October 7, 2023. Colonel Hamami, who commanded the Gaza Division's Southern Brigade, fell defending Kibbutz Nirim. Captain Nutra, an American lone soldier from New York, served in the IDF's 7th Armored Brigade. He was killed when his tank was struck by RPG fire. Staff Sergeant Oz Daniel, serving in the same tank squad, died heroically attempting to wrestle a grenade from a Hamas gunman. U.S. President Donald Trump confirmed the return of Neutra's remains and spoke with his parents. With this latest development, there are now 8 deceased Israeli hostages still held in Gaza. U.S. President Donald Trump made headlines again for wading into Israeli domestic affairs during his 60 Minutes interview on CBS. Trump said Washington would be involved in Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's ongoing corruption trial, calling the charges against the Israeli leader unfair. He urged Israel's President Isaac Herzog to consider a pardon, repeating his long-standing claim that Netanyahu has been mistreated by Israel's judicial system. Trump also claimed that normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia was still on the table under his leadership. He predicted the kingdom would join the Abraham Accords. Let's take a listen to Trump.
The Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia is coming to the White House this month. He has said they won't join the Abraham Accords without a 2-state solution. Do you believe that?
No, I think he's going to join. I think we will have a solution. I don't know if it's going to be 2-state. That's going to be up to Israel and other people and me.
A dramatic and high-profile search for Israel's former military advocate general ended last night in central Israel in the city of Herzliya. Yafit Tomer Yerushalmi, the outgoing IDF advocate general, who recently resigned amid a leak investigation tied to a controversial leaked video scandal, which drastically impacted Israel's image during the war, was reported missing last night. Police feared the worst after a letter described as a suicide note was found at her home. Police and search and rescue teams launched an urgent coastal search using helicopters and flares. 2 hours later, Tomer Yerushalmi made contact with her husband and was found alive. Then, just hours after being located, Tomer Yerushalmi was arrested in connection with the classified video leak. Authorities have not yet confirmed the exact charges. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is warning that Israel's northern front could escalate again. Speaking at his weekly cabinet meeting, Netanyahu said Hezbollah is attempting to rearm and rebuild its capabilities in southern Lebanon, adding that Israel will do whatever is necessary to defend its citizens and maintain security along the border. He also called on the Lebanese government to enforce the ceasefire agreement that requires Hezbollah's disarmament, something Israel says has yet to happen. The IDF confirmed earlier that 4 members of Hezbollah's elite Radwan force were killed in an airstrike in southern Lebanon on Saturday night, and another commander was eliminated a day earlier. The 2024 ceasefire deal had required Hezbollah to withdraw from the border region and for the Lebanese army to take control. Israel, however, continues to strike targets that say violate the agreement and maintains a limited presence in key areas along the border. And finally, Charlie Kirk's widow, Erica Kirk, is set to accept a public diplomacy award on his behalf at the Christian Media Summit in Jerusalem. 4 months before Charlie's assassination, he wrote a letter to Prime Minister Netanyahu urging Israel to improve its digital diplomacy efforts, offering to help personally. That's a wrap for this edition of ILTV. Stay with us throughout the day for our next edition of ILTV on the Hour. We'll be here as events continue to unfold. Scan the QR code to download our app for live updates and reports from the ground. Until then.
President Trump delivers a mind-blowing speech at the Knesset as the 20 remaining live hostages return home from 2 years in brutal Hamas captivity. He then meets with Muslim, Arab, and European leaders in Egypt to seal his plan for Middle East peace. But Hamas has already violated the first phase of the deal. What are the chances of the plan being fully implemented? This and more on Israel Undiplomatic.
Shalom and welcome to another episode of Israel Undiplomatic. I'm Mark Regev, and as per usual, I'm here with my co-host, Ruthie Bloom. Ruthie, what a week. And I'd like to remind you, Ruthie, that in last week's podcast, which we did like a few hours before the deal came to fruition, you were a bit skeptical. I was a touch more upbeat. In the end, I was right to be upbeat.
You were absolutely right. And it's interesting because I have to say, in this week, it feels like a year has passed since our last broadcast. Because it wasn't just that President Trump came up with the deal and that Prime Minister Netanyahu accepted the deal. Hamas responded at some point with a memo that really said it wasn't accepting the deal. It pretended to, but everything in its memo said no, not yes. And President Trump did something that got me very nervous, but it turned out to be clever. What he said was, he announced on Truth Social, Hamas has accepted the deal. And I thought, oy vey, Hamas didn't accept the deal. Everything in its letter was completely the opposite. But because Trump did that, it kind of pressured Hamas and the other leaders to act as though that was happening and sort of lay down the law. Then I didn't believe that when I said all 20, the first phase is that all 20 live hostages, actually, it was all 48 hostages, have to be returned to Israel in one fell swoop within 72 hours. Nobody believed that was going to happen. But thank God, the 20 living hostages were returned in one group, you could say. And the deceased were not until the following day, and we'll discuss that later. But what I will say is it was this amazing scene because President Trump's arrival to Israel virtually coincided with the release of those hostages. And we'll get to that. He came to address the Knesset. First, he was going to land at Ben Gurion Airport in Tel Aviv, and then be taken to Jerusalem with Netanyahu, and meet with him and meet with some of the families of the hostages who had already been released in previous deals. And then he was going to address the Knesset. But he landed late at Ben Gurion Airport, so he was late to all the others. And after the Knesset speech, he went right to Egypt for this summit of all these leaders. So now you tell me how you felt when that was happening.
First of all, I mean, obviously you're correct in most of what you say, but I know I disagree with one thing that you said. You said Trump came up with a plan and Netanyahu accepted it. And I think it's a touch more complicated. And in fact, I think that's not true what you said. There was a discussion, you'll recall, about 6 weeks ago at the White House where they discussed the day after of Gaza, the day after the war in Gaza, which is many of the things in this plan. And who was invited? Ron Dermer from Israel. And I know intuitively that that's a sign that this plan wasn't a surprise to Israel. It doesn't mean that we didn't have discussions. Trump said in his speech that Netanyahu held tough on all sorts of issues and there was difficult negotiations. But the idea that the Americans came up with this plan that surprised Israel, that it came out of the blue, in your words, that he came up with the plan and Netanyahu accepted, I think there was very, very good Israeli-American coordination on this plan, that it was worked out. It didn't mean, once again, Trump said Netanyahu fought very hard on separate issues to make sure that Israel's interests were looked after, that the plan, the Trump plan, would in fact cover the Israeli war goals, that Hamas must be disarmed, that all the hostages must be released, and that Gaza will no longer be a military threat to Israel. It'll be demilitarized. All that is in the Trump plan, and it's not accidental. It's because I think the negotiations between Netanyahu and Trump, between Ron Dermer and the Trump team, I think that was the precursor, that was the necessary element to make this work and be so successful.
Yes, well, I'll take it a step further. Everybody knows now that actually Ron Dermer wrote that plan.
No, that might be overstating it.
Not sure.
Yes?
I mean, I have it on a great authority that is what happened. But again, as all lawyers will tell you, it doesn't matter what's in a contract. It only matters who signs it.
Correct.
So, yes, they did, of course, negotiate, etc., because the last part of the plan involves the far future path to a Palestinian self-rule, something like that. All kinds of things that we know, we've heard all that before. But what makes this plan so different, and as I said, it doesn't matter. You're right. It's called Trump's plan. And yes, Israel was instrumental in writing it. And so did, as was acknowledged by Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner and Trump himself. So there's no issue there. But it's a beautiful plan because it puts the onus on Hamas. And the very first phase is, first, you release the hostages. Then we release terrorists from jails. I mean, it's a shame we had to do that at all, okay? But nevertheless, we agreed to that.
What Trump did do that was crucial in the success, and we spoke about this last week, was that Trump got Hamas's allies and friends in the Arab and Muslim world to endorse the plan for their own reasons. Not because they like Israel, but for their own reasons. And I think that made, together with the Israeli military pressure, that diplomatic pressure from Hamas's allies to Hamas, from the Turks, from the Qataris, and so forth. And I think only Trump could make that difference because Trump had the leverage with the Qataris and with the Turks for them to put the pressure on Hamas to accept this deal.
Absolutely, no question about it. Okay, so what we see here, we've seen an incredible dance between the White House and Jerusalem. We've seen it throughout this war, well, actually, not throughout this war, since Donald Trump entered the White House. And, you know, it's been, I would say, as you point out, the combination of military pressure and what you call diplomatic pressure from all those Hamas-supporting countries on Hamas. But I would add, it's important to stress that the pressure that was not helpful, in my opinion, were the demonstrations in the streets, bring him home, and Netanyahu, if the hostages are killed, the blood is on your hands. Those protests were not helpful at all. And but I want to say we'll get back to that issue with the hostages. But let's talk about Trump's monumental speech to the Knesset. There's never been anything like it. First of all, he was only the fourth president in history to address the Knesset. And it was incredible.
First of all, I agree, and we'll talk about Trump's speech, but I want to talk before that. He had to sit through 3 speeches of Israeli leaders, and I'm sure it wasn't that easy for the president to have to sit there and politely wait for everyone else to finish their speeches. But the Speaker of the Knesset, Amir Ohana, spoke, I thought, very well. After that, Netanyahu gave a very good speech, and that was followed by the opposition leader, Lapid, who also, I thought, gave. Maybe it's a matter of expectations and so forth. Following Netanyahu is not easy, who's a great speaker. But he also, I thought, gave a very solid and good speech. I want to pick on one thing that Netanyahu says, which I think it made me think of something that I hadn't thought of before. He said when October 7th happened, the whole world supported Israel because it was just in the aftermath of the terrible Hamas atrocities. And the combination of that diplomatic support with the military pressure Israel was applying allowed for the first release of prisoners, that first group of hostages who were released. And then he said, slowly Israel lost the diplomatic support of the world, and there was no release of prisoners because all the pressure was on Israel. And he said that flipped in December 2024 when Trump was reelected. Suddenly, Hamas agreed to another release, and this final release. And he was saying sort of that the election of Trump was a pivotal moment in the war, in changing the dynamic in a positive way to Israel. And I think I hadn't thought about it that way before, but it made me think that, yes, Trump's victory was instrumental in changing the momentum into a positive direction. Israel could apply the military pressure. But with Trump applying the diplomatic pressure, that was the game changer. I think that he did things that Biden couldn't or wouldn't do. Couldn't or wouldn't, you'll decide, Ruthie. But Trump's role here has been pivotal. I even heard, just to sum it up, and I think it needs to be said, there's this show on PBS where they have two people doing the weekly news on the NewsHour. And David Brooks, who's theoretically a Republican, but a very anti-Trump Republican, yeah?
Yeah.
He said, he paid Trump a compliment. He never pays Trump's compliment about getting this deal. And he said, the truth is, Trump has done more for stability and peace in the Middle East than Obama and Biden, who came in with all these plans. Yes, and it's 100% true. And here, we can now talk about Trump. But there's no doubt that in getting this successful outcome to the war in Gaza, Trump really deserves everyone's acclamation. And you know what's interesting? Across the planet, the left hates Trump. The British left hates Trump. The Australian left hates Trump. The Canadian left, the American left hates Trump. Where does the left like Trump? Only in Israel. Only in Israel. In Israel, and we saw in the collapse in the Knesset, there was wall to wall, the left, the center, the right. Everyone likes Trump. Everyone knows that he got our hostages out and helped us get this deal.
Oh, he's a rock star in Israel. And the left, who used to also hate him in Israel, but because of his involvement in getting the hostages released, they just loved him. And they went to visit him a lot, the families of the hostages. Everything you say is right. But when you mention Obama and Biden and all the Democrats, their view of diplomacy is, everybody, let's make peace, and Israel will give you territory, and we'll lie down and play dead. And Obama said, I'm leading from behind, and America's not greater than any other country. Of course Trump is doing more, because Trump says peace through strength. Trump joined Israel in the attack on Iranian nuclear facilities. Trump changed back the name of the Defense Department in the United States to the War Department. It used to be called that, and it became the Department of Defense. It's now Department of War. Pete Hegseth is called the Secretary of War, not Defense. And Trump, with all his flowery language, and when he went to Saudi Arabia, and he speaks really highly of the Emir of Qatar and all these people in Turkey and all these basically Islamist bad guys, who, especially Qatar and Turkey and all of those who fund and support Hamas. But here's what he does. He flatters the way he did with Putin. He flattered Putin repeatedly, humiliated Zelensky at the White House, and now the tables have turned. You know why? Because he said, yeah, Putin's a great guy, and he's going to do this and going to make peace and all that. And when Putin didn't do what he wanted, he's now against Putin. He says, I'm going to maybe give weapons to Zelensky. And that's important, because I think what we're seeing here is he's telling us it's carrots and sticks. And these countries all believe. They want the carrots, and they believe the sticks. His threats are credible, and that makes him completely different from any Democrat. And that's why I don't like the word diplomacy. It's not exactly diplomacy. It's something else entirely. He has asserted American power around the globe, thank God, ignoring the wing of his party that is isolationist, that hates Israel, etc. And it is very telling that in his Knesset speech, he said that Secretary of State Marco Rubio is the greatest Secretary of State in history, is what he said. And you know why that's crucial? Because J.D. Vance, who's his vice president, is in the isolationist wing, and Marco Rubio is not. And I think that he was indicating that that actually Don't think I'm with you guys, you isolationists, because I'm not. I'm with the Rubio camp. Furthermore, he is, so as I said, a lot of people I know on the right in Israel and abroad have said this is a terrible deal because it talks about a Palestinian state. Don't worry about it. They don't want a state. They just want to destroy Israel. There's not going to be that in international forces. I'm also against those. But this is a completely different deal. It says, if this doesn't happen, then that won't happen. It makes it different from every other peace deal that Israel has ever been involved with. You hear the word peace, you know that bloodshed is about to follow. Duck is what you say to yourself.
I want to say something that Trump said for the upteenth time when he was here. He said the war would never have happened if he had been president on October 7th, 2023. And a lot of people just dismiss that, maybe correctly, as typical Trump bravado. He likes to exaggerate and so forth. But I want to stress that there could be a certain amount of truth in that. And I want to explain why. The outgoing deputy head of Israel military intelligence, the man that was in his position October 7th, 2023, and left his post because of that, he was talking about the reasons for October 7th. Why did Hamas attack us when they attacked us? And he gave the reasons we all understand. We've heard before that they were afraid of the deal, possible reconciliation between Israel and Saudi Arabia, that they thought the country was falling apart. Israel's a paper tiger. The military is falling apart because of the people who were refusing to serve in the military and so forth. And he also said something that I hadn't thought about before. You remember there was that Biden-Netanyahu rift. And that Biden was asked a couple of times publicly, when are you inviting Netanyahu to or are you inviting Netanyahu to the White House? And he said, no. And this guy who's a professional military analyst, obviously with a blemished record, yes, but he said that because of the obvious public friction between Netanyahu and Biden saying, I'm not inviting him to the White House, that gave our enemies, Hamas, Hezbollah and Iran, the sort of feeling, because they don't understand how politics works in democracies, they don't live in them, yes? The feeling that, Israel is alone, its biggest ally is no longer with it. And that's not the only reason, but one of the contributing factors to the Hamas attack on October 7th. His words, not mine. Fast forward to that speech we saw in the Knesset this week with Trump, right? When America stands strongly behind Israel, when people see two allies who celebrate their partnership, who celebrate their alliance, that when Netanyahu says we have no better friend in the world than the United States of America, and Trump says Israel is our friend and ally and we will stick by Israel, and if you need to finish the job militarily, we'll step. That actually is a force for deterrence and stability. When the Obama administration came into office, I remember they said very clearly, we want to have daylight between us, and that's good for peace, to have daylight. We'll be some sort of honest broker. The contrary is true. The contrary is true. When America stands strongly with Israel, that puts all those people who are against peace and against stability and want to do bad stuff like Hamas, that gives them a feeling, we can come out of our holes and do our dirty work, yes? But when America stands strongly with Israel, that's when you get the Abraham Accords, that's when you can get progress, that's when you get stability. And maybe, had we had a speech like that from Trump a month before October 7th wouldn't have happened.
Well, if Trump had been in the White House for a second term after his first term, when he did amazing things, not just the Abraham Accords, he put his whole support behind Israel. He recognized Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. He moved the U.S. embassy to Jerusalem. He recognized sovereignty over the Golan Heights. He ripped up the Iran deal. He did one thing after the other. If he had stayed a second term, things would have looked different. And by the way, now what you can see is all these world leaders scrambling. He can't stand them. He's not fond of the leaders of France and England and the UK. And Canada. He has put his foot down to their disgusting recognition of a Palestinian state at the UN General Assembly. And the fact that he made that Knesset speech right before getting on a plane to go to meet with all of those leaders and and Turkish President Erdogan, and the Emir of Qatar, and Al-Sisi of Egypt, and all of this. You know, that was a statement. That was a statement to the world. He didn't just say we're allies. He said, I love Israel. He even made reference to his son-in-law being Jewish and how his daughter converted to marry him and how he loves Israel. He just repeated it again and again and again. I am with Israel. And then to get on a plane. Now, Egypt and Israel are so close. How long was that plane ride? Half an hour? I don't even know.
45 minutes. I've done that flight.
45 minutes. Okay. Nothing. All right. And they, for sure, were all sitting in their venue in the hotel in Sharm el-Sheikh. I guess it was in a hotel. I'm sure, all watching and listening to that speech. And that was amazing. And I would like to just add one thing, and you and I are going to talk about this as well. The Israeli protest movement loved Trump, and they loved Witkoff. Witkoff, I have to say, Trump said this in his speech as well, that Witkoff seems to be a really nice guy because everybody seems to love him. And it's true. We saw that with the hostage families. They love Witkoff. And I've never met him, and he must be a nice guy. But when he made a speech at Hostage Square after it was announced that the hostages would be coming home. And the Hostage Square was filled with tens of thousands of people cheering, saying, thank you, Trump. We love you, Trump. Again and again. It was like hysteria. And Witkoff gave a lovely speech, and every time he said something, they cheered, cheered, cheered. And then he said, and now I would like to say to Prime Minister Netanyahu, and the crowd booed and hissed. And Witkoff kept saying, okay, could you let me say what I want to say? And what he wanted to say was that Netanyahu and Ron Dermer, they also booed Ron Dermer, that they were crucial. They played a crucial role in getting these hostages home, a crucial role in ending the war, etc. But nope, the crowd was disgusting. And it wasn't the whole crowd, but it was enough. There was enough chanting of booing that you could hear it very clearly because there were several thousand booing him. Then President Trump, again, in the Knesset, he made a point of stressing how crucial Netanyahu was in winning this war. And that's another thing. That's another thing that distinguishes him from those Democrats, that there is such a thing as winning, as victory, as strength. Not all of this, we're just citizens of the globe. No. And thank God for him. What can I say?
About the booing of Netanyahu in Hostage Square. So I agree with what you're saying. And also, I thought this is just out of line. This is the man has agreed to a deal, right? That he's been, as I said before, he was part of forming the deal to get all the hostages out when everyone thought it was impossible to get all the hostages out in advance, yes, as a down payment. And, when Witkoff also thanked the Turkish president, they clapped. A man who's, said all sorts of anti-Semitic things, the crowd claps. When he thanks the Qataris, everyone claps. When he said, Jared Kushner said, we feel sorry for all the innocent civilians in Gaza killed, they clap, but only for Netanyahu do they boo. And I agree with you, it's not the whole crowd, but there's definitely part of the motivation behind, and we can say it now that all the hostages, I'm not talking about the families, and thank God they've got their loved ones back alive, and hopefully all the people with the dead hostages will be coming home soon. But there's no doubt that the hostage movement was used by the opposition to Netanyahu for political purposes. There's no doubt about that. And that was clear in that booing. It was really, imagine in front of you, we can have all our arguments, but in front of a foreign leader who's celebrating the return of the hostage, it really was, I think, unnecessary, and it exposed, I think, some of these activists for who and what they are. As we go forward, we have to say what Trump said yesterday was just as important as anything he said in the Knesset, because, a lot will depend now. The live hostages are out. Hopefully the hostages who are no longer among the living will be coming home in the coming days, all of them. And we should, once again, if Hamas starts playing games, from our point of view as Israel, it's a deviation, it's breaking the deal, and then we don't have to do our obligations to, right? They have an obligation to release all the dead hostages, and they have to do that. If they don't do it, we don't have to continue with the sort of things that Israel is committed to do in this process. But there's a whole bigger question after that issue is done, is the issue of what will happen in Gaza when this is over. And that yesterday the president reiterated that Hamas has to be disarmed. And he even said they will be disarmed. And once again, like he said when he spoke about Iran once, one way or another. He said, they promised me, they committed to me that they're going to disarm. If they don't do it, it'll happen anyway. In other words, saying it can be done the nasty way, which is Israel using force, which is also something that Netanyahu said in his speech. Right? If they disarm. Now, what is the Hamas game plan? And they haven't suddenly become Boy Scouts, right? They've been military defeated, but they want to, arise from their ashes and recreate themselves and rebuild themselves. It's clear that's what they want to do. They haven't had some sort of, vision of suddenly become nice people. They're bloodthirsty terrorists. And their model is Hezbollah in Lebanon. They want to be the power behind the scenes. They want to be the people with guns. They don't care. There can be some sort of, other government, but they want to run Gaza and they want to be the people, the power behind the scenes. They want to be the people with the guns. That's their plan. And that Trump was so unequivocal that we reject that possibility. That's not going to happen. And one way or another, that is not going to happen. Either, as I say, the nice way or the hard way. I thought that was a crucial supplement to everything he said when he was in Israel.
Yes, well, he said it even more specifically. He said, if they don't disarm, we'll disarm them. And when asked how, he said, I don't have to talk about that, but they know I'm serious. That's what he said. We'll disarm them. Now, when he says we, again, he means Israel. That's what's so incredible. He doesn't mean he's going to send American troops there to do it. But he used the word we. Again, you see, this is incredible. And Israel never expected American boots on the ground. We didn't need American boots on the ground. We needed that support, that backing, also weapons. But I'm not talking about the weapons. I'm talking about and standing up to Netanyahu, by the way, it's not just that the crowd shouldn't have booed him because he agreed to a deal. He has been working round the clock for 2 years fighting this war. And it's shocking and shameful that was their response. And you're right. They have a chance. There's going to be an election. They don't want to vote for him. Don't vote for him. It just was an appalling scene. And as I said, even Steve Witkoff now. Steve Witkoff is no stranger to vile behavior like that. Why? Because Trump also has the people, the anybody but Trump, the Trump derangement syndrome people are perfectly capable of doing that too. All the people who said we're leaving the country if Trump is elected, and they call him a fascist and they call him a Nazi, so it's not as though, I think that's part of the reason that Witkoff kind of laughed, with embarrassment when the crowd was doing that. He knows who those people are, and they're just like the American left that does that to Trump.
I want to talk about two side issues, maybe from Trump's visit to Israel. One was a visual image. And it wasn't really mentioned much by the Israeli media because for the Israeli media it's normal, but I thought it was a good picture. And I'm not sure everyone who saw the pictures from the Trump visit actually noticed this. There's a wonderful picture of Trump in the middle, and on his right, Benjamin Netanyahu and Sarah Netanyahu, and on his left, the Speaker of the Knesset and his husband. And I thought that picture said much more about modern Israel than many of the other pictures. Because, we're two democracies. But let's remember this fundamentally about Israel, that Israel, unlike our neighbors and unlike everything that Hamas and Hezbollah stand for, Israel is a liberal country with a little L, yes, in the true sense of the word. We are a pluralist country. We are a country of equality under the law. We are a country that gives rights to people, and no matter what their sexual orientation. And even people like that can achieve highest positions in the government, in this case, Speaker of the Knesset. And that's something that we don't talk about in Israel because it's natural. But I remember that photograph of the 5 of them. That made me smile.
You know, it's interesting you're saying that because it's so natural that I didn't even notice it. I mean, it's not that I didn't see the photo. It's that I didn't even think there was something to note about it. And that's very important what you're saying. It's so much a part of us that I didn't even notice it. You know, speaking of Amir Ohana, the Speaker of the Knesset, who's openly gay, and he and his husband have 2 children. The reason I'd like to raise him for a minute is he said years ago, I've interviewed him, I've written about him, he's a wonderful guy. But one of the things he said is that growing up in where he grew up in a development town and all this, and he's from a North African background. I mean, his parents are Moroccan, and they tend to be usually not that woke and modern. And he said, no, my coming out of the closet as gay, that wasn't a problem there. It was my coming out as a member of the right wing, as the Likud party among the gays. That is unacceptable. And the gay community hates him, and they demonstrate against him. They think of him as someone who betrays them.
I think you have to say the organized leadership of the gay community.
Right, but they're mostly, so he said, what does he doesn't go to gay pride parades and all that. He said, what does my sexual orientation preference have to do with my opposition to a Palestinian state? It was said so perfectly. And why is that relevant right now to this whole thing? Because Trump's very seriously battling the whole woke-osphere. And the trans, there is such hysteria about transgender in America, young people, young children transitioning, and men being women in sports, and all of this stuff. And why is that important for me to mention? Because Amir Ohana is also against wokeism. Being gay in Israel, being who you are, nobody denies that. And the same thing in America. When you turn it into an active movement that's political, and also transgenderism is a whole different ballgame from gay, and that's a different discussion for us. But it is important to note that it's not just that Amir Ohana and his husband are standing next to Prime Minister Netanyahu and his wife. But Trump, again, is against woke, but he would have no problem of having somebody gay. The issue is, what side of the political, spiritual, cultural divide are you on? And religious, by the way, are you on? And that is why I think it's good that you pointed that photo out.
The other thing I want to say was something which made us both smile, was when Trump said to turn to the president of Israel, who has the power. We have a ceremonial president. Yes, the Israeli president, is a ceremonial figure. He's like the king of England. He doesn't have real political power, but he does have the power of the pardon. And usually he gives the pardon after the government has asked him formally to do so. The president, once again, it's not like the American president or the French president. He's a ceremonial figure. But Trump turns to him in the middle of the Knesset debate, and off script, it's not on his teleprompter. He says, maybe you should give Netanyahu a pardon. And he says,
Pardon.
A pardon, sorry. Give Netanyahu a pardon. And that's because he says, look, this is a great wartime leader. And what he's accused of is trivia, and why is this going on? This is just unfair. And I thought, if talk of all that Netanyahu and Trump have in common, they both genuinely feel, yes, that the justice system was politicized against them. Whether that's true or not true is beside the point. The point is that they both have this common thing that political opponents have utilized the judicial system in an unfair way against them. And I've got no doubt that brings them together also.
Oh, for sure. I just think that you don't need to equivocate.
You know me.
No, the judicial system was turned against them. It was lawfare against them. They're bogus charges, both of them. It's not just they felt that way. It is that way. So now, it's true that what's funny about his having said to Herzog, just give him a pardon, is that in effect, Netanyahu doesn't want a pardon, because a pardon means you were guilty of a crime, and he is fighting to say, no, I'm not guilty of it. But what was even funnier is the way he said, The way Trump said, come on, cigars and champagne. Who the hell cares? That's what he said. Who the hell cares? And everybody laughed in the Knesset, even those who are out to get Netanyahu. They laughed because it was funny, because he is funny.
And maybe true. Maybe true. What?
First of all, it is true.
Yeah.
Then, and he said he's the greatest wartime leader. He said president, though Bibi is a prime minister. Greatest wartime leader in history, something like that. And you know, I think that it's aside from the fact that let all those Arab countries and all those and Europe, let them all hear it, okay? Because they're all trying to kiss Trump's butt now. And why? Because they know they have something to gain. And rightly so. I don't have a problem with having self-interest be the reason that people do the right thing. Okay? And that's fine with me if Trump's awarding these countries various things, aid or whatever, if it actually serves the purpose. But make no mistake, another thing is, make no mistake that what we want is for, we are hoping that Trump actually knows that the Middle East, that this is global jihad. I mean, he certainly is fighting global jihad in his own country. He certainly says so with illegal immigration. We see that Mamdani is about to become the mayor of New York. He's a communist, he's a socialist, excuse me. And he's also a very, like his wife celebrated October 7th. You know, we're talking about bad people here. That are this mixture of Islamist and communist, and Trump knows very well. So what we have to hope for is that his carrots and sticks work. And when I say work, I mean don't get this fantasy about, you know, peace busting out all over. Interests, that's fine as long as Israel's interest is kept up. That's always been my problem with you when you say, well, you know, we have an interest in good relations with this country and that country and the other one. Yes, but they have just as much an interest in relations with us. And we want to make sure that Trump polices that.
And I think Israel's victory in this war, this overwhelming victory in Lebanon against Iran and now in Gaza too, and of course the changes in Syria, that has made peaceful normalization of relations with Arab countries more likely, because people don't make peace with a weak country. People don't make peace with a defeated country. People gravitate towards powerful players. And Israel's strength is the prerequisite, the necessary element for normalization and peace. And Israel's strength on the battlefield has been shown, and Israel's strength diplomatically was shown with Trump's visit. One last point, and with that we have to finish because we're running out of time. You said that Netanyahu doesn't want to pardon because he doesn't want to admit his guilt. I'll remind you that President Ford gave President Nixon a pardon, and Nixon never admitted his guilt, as far as I know. So you don't have to do it. Until next week, we will continue this discussion.
Looking forward to it.
And the World Zionist Congress returned to Jerusalem with 1,400 Jews from more than 40 countries. Equal parts family reunion and political brawl, testing what Zionism means in 2025 and who gets to define it. Now, one appointment in particular sparked debate. ILTV's executive editor, Mayan Hoffman, filed this report from the Congress.
Inside the ICC Jerusalem, the Parliament of the Jewish People convened for the first full in-person Congress in a decade. 700 delegates and 200 alternates, spanning 42 countries. The U.S. arrived with 155 elected delegates and roughly 100 alternates, the largest American showing ever after a record turnout in this year's AZM elections.
So the resolutions that come out of the Zionist Congress reflect the viewpoint of global Jewry. Statements and resolutions either set policy or make declaratory statements of the priorities of world Jewry on issues affecting both things that are happening in Israel and priorities for support for Jewish communities around the world.
But the biggest headline here was political. A center-left, center-right power-sharing deal meant to split leadership of the WZO and KKL-JNF collapsed hours after it was struck, following a plan to appoint Yair Netanyahu to a senior WZO post. The plenary then voted to extend the Congress by 2 weeks to salvage a coalition. Tempers flared behind closed doors. Ministers traded accusations over who was cutting deals with whom. It was messy and very Jewish.
Zionism is in our soul and in our heart. So no matter what happens on the streets of New York or around the world, those of us who are really compassionate about it, we can't let that stop us.
Beyond the drama, committees advanced a raft of resolutions, combating anti-Semitism, strengthening Jewish education, and proposals from women's groups to expand mentorship and leadership pipelines.
Some really do have bearing on what the World Zionist Congress and the World Zionist Organization can do moving forward.
Women have to play a pivotal role in it, so we need to make it through resolutions, through positions, through keys of influence. It's not enough to say it's not quantity, it's also quality of what we do here.
And yet, for first-timers, the site of a global Jewish town hall was the story.
It's very cool and special to see so many different types of Jews coming together in Jerusalem, the undivided and eternal capital of the Jews, and discussing so many important issues that obviously have a big effect on our future.
Inside the committees, arguments were sharp over borders, peoplehood, identity, and priorities after 2 years of war. For some, the danger is external. For others, it's internal division. For all, the work is to turn debate into budgets and programs that touch real lives in Jerusalem to the diaspora.
It's a little bit hard to be with so many people with so many different ideas because the discourse is healthy, but the disagreement, it puts people in very different places.
And what I see here is a proud people that come and raise their heads and say, guys, we are Jews, we're Zionists, and we will make this state stronger. I think this is our hope.
Zionism in 2025 is not one thing. Here, it's sovereignty and security, social infrastructure, and equal opportunity, argued loudly, voted on democratically, and funded at scale, over $1 billion a year across Israel and Jewish communities worldwide. Even with the coalition chaos, the work continues. Set priorities, pass budgets, and remind a fractious world the Jewish peoplehood still gathers, debates, and builds in Jerusalem. In a week of sharp elbows and shared purpose, the World Zionist Congress showed that the family fight is real, but so is the family.
Welcome to Viewpoint on ILTV, where we bring you thought leaders, stakeholders, and other experts from the Middle East and beyond. I'm Emily Schrader, and today we'll be speaking with the Crown Prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi, who in recent years has become a leading voice for the Iranian people in the fight against the regime in Iran. Your Highness, it's an honor to have you with us. The Crown Prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi, thank you for joining us today. Now, I want to start by asking you, there's a lot of people speaking about the Gaza war, but the agenda of the Islamic Republic, of course, extends far beyond just Israel and their terror proxies. Do you think that the West understands the nature of the Islamic Republic? And if not, how can we help educate them?
Well, the most important factor in understanding the nature of the regime is look at its behavior and consistency in its behavior ever since its existence. The DNA of this regime is the complete opposite of the desire and aspiration of Iranians who, let's not forget, were the first hostages of this regime. And it has always tried to use Iran as a launching pad for their ideological indoctrination of the rest of the world and exporting this ideology. In fact, their military branch, the IRGC, is mandated to help them export this ideology all the way across the world. And of course, the proxy war is also one way that they keep the focus away from themselves, engage in regional conflicts. And the regime has always fomented instability in order to keep itself in power. Repression at home and conflict abroad. So I think if you look at the past 40 years, and my biggest criticism of the basic flaw in Western governments' analysis or policy vis-a-vis the regime was because it was based on a false premise of behavior change as a goal. And if you look at everything that followed, whether they were using diplomacy or strength in terms of carrot and the stick approach, as we say, and it was based on behavior change. Whereas we have always argued that the only solution is actually an end to this regime and not expecting any behavior change from them. So I think by the passage of time, it appears like this understanding is becoming a bit clearer. But is it necessary to simply understand? I think the next steps have to be taken. You cannot expect for this evil regime to disappear by itself. You need to actually put an end to it. Now, I always argue that this is a campaign of Iranians, by Iranians at home, but they deserve to have some support because all these years they had no supports whatsoever. And there are ways to achieve that. Not by means of foreign intervention or military attacks, but by means of invigorating and equaling the playing field for Iranians to be able to overcome this regime. But why is it in the best interest of the free world as well? We're not asking them to shed a tear for us out of compassion. At least stick to your values of freedom and democracy and be defending the rights of Iranians to self-determination, which is what they ask. But you need to help them the same way we helped many dissidents in other countries overcome their dictatorial system, authoritarian system. And it's consistent with the same approach, that if you believe that Iranians deserve to have the same freedoms that you as Westerners enjoy in your countries, then don't let them be thrown under the bus by cutting a deal with this regime that represses them, that kills them, that tortures them, that executes them, that shoots bullets into the eyes of their young people. And instead say, we are in solidarity with you, we will help you overcome. I think that has to be the major shift in attitude, because staying within the status quo and hoping by miracle to have a change of behavior is a total waste of time. And as we're getting more critically close to the red line of nuclear threat, and we don't explore an opportunity of having change before resorting to more dire measures, that would be such a historically criminal thing to do. And Iranians are saying to the whole world, we are on your side, why don't you come and help us?
Now, you've spoken quite a bit about maximum pressure on the regime and maximum support for the Iranian people, as you alluded to in the previous question. I'm wondering what that actually looks like in terms of policy. What can the West actually do to have policies that will support the people and promote regime change?
The most important thing, considering not the desired outcome, as we've seen either in Afghanistan or Iraq, is to understand that change in Iran is not going to be tantamount to another failed state. Because the Iranian people are ready for that change and have demonstrated their capability if given the chance. That's the whole premise of our argument, that Iranians are ready for change. That if we have a scenario whereby we can guarantee the maximum defections of elements stuck with the regime that don't believe in this regime any longer, and they want to be part of the solution, that's the best way to guarantee a smooth transition without having, at the end of the day, post-regime, a situation of anarchy and disorder. So it's a controlled implosion with an actual game plan, with a transfer of authority and transitional governance, which is part of my campaign and what I'm trying to explain. So we can get to a point that Iranians can finally say, now it's up to us to decide for ourselves. We have a mechanism, we have a process, and we have, beyond the obvious liberty, freedom, democracy, and what have you, but a roadmap to recovery, that the country has the opportunity to now bring in foreign investment, address the issue of employment, job creation, everything that economically makes sense to the average person on the streets, because the rest is all motherhood and apple pie. But how do you actually translate it to something that is beneficial, not only for Iranians, but for those who will benefit from it? So it's a win-win scenario. That makes much more sense than hoping that this regime, with its corrupt mafia in charge, continuing its proxy wars, is going to offer any better solution than it had in the past 40 years. There has to be that change of paradigm.
When it comes to the state of Israel, there have been some voices within Israel who have advocated for separatism as a means of weakening the regime. Now, of course, this isn't the case. In a way, it actually strengthens the regime. This is a conspiracy that the regime itself has spewed for years in order to, cut down the dissidents and undermine them, saying that people want to divide Iran. Why is separatism wrong? Why is this actually a way of strengthening the regime?
Well, first and foremost, to give the regime an excuse to crack down even more in the name of, protecting the land. But Iranians in nature are proud of their past and history. Iran was a melting pot long before America became an example of it in latter years. For centuries, we had ethnic groups, different religions live under the same roof side by side and in peace. That was the nation state that Iran was for centuries. And to this day, especially when you look at the Masa Amini situation and the revolution, in the four corners of Iran, they were treating it as a national cause. It was not a Kurdish issue or an Azerbaijani issue and so on and so forth. Now, there are separatists. I believe that the numbers are minimal. There are fringe arguments, but they're given too much a platform, and that's dangerous, and I tell you why. Because Iranians will hesitate when they think that there are certain governments or other forces at play that will be encouraging this kind of separatism, and Iranians are proud of their land is sacred, and there's a reason why you have a sense of national identity. There's a flag that represents a nation, and that's our red line anyway as nationalists. And we believe that we don't need to get there, because I'm not saying that ethnic groups have not suffered at the hand of this regime. But what Iranian is left in Iran that hasn't suffered on this regime? You have suffered because of your ethnicity, you have suffered because of your faith, you have suffered because of your sexual orientation, you have suffered because you're just a woman and treated as a second-class citizen. This is the doing of this regime. That's not Iran. That's not what is in the heart of every Iranian, that respect one another, that don't care whether you're Muslim or Jewish or Zoroastrian or atheist. They don't care whether you're leftist or rightist, so long as you observe the rules of the game and democracy and respect and mutual tolerance. This is part of our, I think, to some extent, culture that was completely devastated by this regime. So I think the guarantee in terms of having equality and end to any kind of discrimination rides solely on what we think is this formula, which is a secular democratic system replacing this autocratic religious dictatorship.
Now, you spoke at the Israeli-American Council conference calling for peace and cooperation between the State of Israel and a future free Iran, even a Cyrus Accords as a follow-up to the Abraham Accords. What would a future Israel-Iran relationship look like in a free Iran?
A true strategic partnership in the best interest of not just the two countries, but our entire region. Look at the challenges that we face. Not just the region, the whole world does. Climate change, economic issues, water shortages, which is a major issue now as far as Iran is concerned. And in fact, part of the reason I traveled to Israel was to talk to Israeli experts that are the best in the world in terms of water management and understanding the challenges and recommendation as to how to deal with it from every aspect, and many other things, technology, industry, innovation, and what have you. I think the whole region will benefit from it, but first and foremost, it's an element of stability. And if the Middle East has always been challenged by these conflicts that we've had, I think it's important to show and demonstrate that two critical countries in that region can work with one another. It was in the same spirit that when my father was very much helpful to President Sadat, when at the time he established a relationship with Golda Meir, and it led to an Egyptian-Israeli peace agreement. It means that in the right climate, you can achieve peace. And again, in the same spirit, how could you possibly have stability and peace in a region that you have one element and a terrorist regime that is constantly fomenting conflict? So a different Iran with the right partners would be able to not only set the stage for the kind of climate that is conducive to not only peace and something that everybody wants, but all the opportunities behind it. Economic development, interaction, it's good, it's profitable for everyone. I think that's an approach that will have many supporters, from Saudi Arabia to Egypt to Israel to Syria to all the countries that currently are stuck with the status quo.
Absolutely. Your Highness, Reza Pahlavi, thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Israel's only English news channel, bringing you the headlines that matter every hour, straight from the center of where it's all unfolding.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. We're live from Israel, bringing you the biggest headlines of the day. I'm Sivan Raviv, and here's your roundup of the latest developments across Israel and the region. In a somber moment for Israel, the bodies of 3 additional hostages were returned from Gaza to their families in Israel last night for burial. The fallen were IDF soldiers who were abducted on October 7th. Colonel Asaf Hamami, 40 years old, Captain Omer Maxim Nutra, 21, and Staff Sergeant Oz Daniel, 19. They were all killed defending communities along the Gaza border during Hamas's surprise invasion on October 7, 2023. Colonel Hamami, who commanded the Gaza Division's Southern Brigade, fell defending Kibbutz Nirim. Captain Nutra, an American lone soldier from New York serving in the IDF's 7th Armored Brigade, was killed when his tank was struck by RPG fire. Staff Sergeant Oz Daniel, serving in the same tank squad, died heroically attempting to wrest a grenade from a Hamas gunman. U.S. President Donald Trump confirmed the return of Nutra's remains and spoke with his parents. With this latest development, there are now 8 deceased Israeli hostages still held in Gaza. U.S. President Donald Trump made headlines again for wading into Israeli domestic affairs during his 60 Minutes interview on CBS. Trump said Washington would be involved in Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's ongoing corruption trial, calling the charges against the Israeli leader unfair. He urged Israel's President Yitzhak Herzog to consider a pardon, repeating his long-standing claim that Netanyahu has been mistreated by Israel's judicial system. Trump also claimed that normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia was still on the table under his leadership. He predicted the kingdom would join the Abraham Accords. Let's take a listen to Trump.
The Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia is coming to the White House this month. He has said they won't join the Abraham Accords without a 2-state solution. Do you believe that?
No, I think he's going to join. I think we will have a solution. I don't know if it's going to be 2-state. That's going to be up to Israel and other people and me.
A dramatic and high-profile search for Israel's former military advocate general ended late last night in central Israel in the city of Herzliya. Ifat Tomer Yerushalmi, the outgoing IDF advocate general, who recently resigned amid a leak investigation tied to a controversial leaked video scandal, which drastically impacted Israel's image during the war. She was reported missing last night. Police and search and rescue teams launched an urgent coastal search using helicopters and flares. 2 hours later, Tomer Yerushalmi made contact with her husband and was found alive near Herzliya. Then, just hours after being located, Tomer Yerushalmi was arrested in connection with the classified video leak. Her detention is now being extended. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is warning that Israel's northern front could escalate again. Speaking at his weekly cabinet meeting, Netanyahu said Hezbollah is attempting to rearm and rebuild its capabilities in southern Lebanon, adding that Israel will do whatever is necessary to defend its citizens and maintain security along the border. He also called on the Lebanese government to enforce the ceasefire agreement that requires Hezbollah's disarmament, something Israel says has yet to happen. The IDF confirmed earlier that 4 members of Hezbollah's elite Radwan force were killed in an airstrike in southern Lebanon on Saturday night, and another commander was eliminated a day earlier. The 2024 ceasefire deal has required Hezbollah to withdraw from the border region and for the Lebanese army to take control. Israel, however, continues to strike targets it says violate that agreement and maintains a limited presence in key areas along the border. And finally, Yad Vashem has reached a historic milestone in Holocaust remembrance. The institution has now documented the names of 5 million victims of the Nazi genocide, over 80% of the estimated 6 million Jews murdered during the Holocaust. The achievement follows more than 70 years of painstaking work as Yad Vashem continues its mission to collect, verify, and preserve each individual name before the memory of the survivors fades. The names are housed in the central database of Shoah victims' names, which is fully accessible to the public on Yad Vashem's website. It includes testimonies, archival material, and pages of testimonies submitted by family members and friends. Yad Vashem officials say the milestone strengthens the fight against Holocaust denial and underscores the urgency of remembrance as the survivor generation dwindles. And that's all for this edition of ILTV. Stay with us throughout the day for our next edition of ILTV on the Hour. I'm Sivan Raviv. Thanks so much for watching.
Welcome to ILTV Security Brief. I'm Kalev Ben-David. Each week, we focus on the latest developments in security and defense relating to Israel and the Middle East, impacting on this region and beyond. And we start with our top items of the past week. After multiple ceasefire violations, including the killing of Reserve Sergeant Yonah Effie Feldbaum by sniper fire in Rafah, the IDF launches a series of strikes across Gaza at Hamas targets, killing dozens of Palestinians. The IDF said it is resuming enforcement of the Gaza ceasefire following the strikes. Hamas returns the partial remains of Ofir Tsarfati, whose body was recovered by the IDF in November 2024, rather than fulfilling the agreement to hand over the 13 hostages whose bodies are still held in Gaza. Drone footage captures Hamas operatives staging the discovery of Tsarfati's remains from the ground after having just buried them. In a series of airstrikes, the IDF eliminates 5 Hezbollah operatives attempting to reestablish the terror group's military infrastructure in South Lebanon in violation of the ceasefire agreement. These include Abbas Hassan Kari, the logistics commander in Hezbollah's Radwan Special Forces, and Ali Hassan al-Muswari, in charge of weapons smuggling from Syria to Lebanon. The Israel Police's Yamam Commando Unit, acting on intelligence from the Shin Bet, carries out a raid on a terror cell planning an imminent attack as it was hiding out in a cave near the Samaria village of Kud. 2 terrorists are killed by initial fire from Yamam forces and a third by an IAF airstrike on the cave. The Mossad identifies IRGC commander Sadar Amar as the leader of an Iranian terror organization behind the attacks at Jewish sites across the globe since October 7th in such countries as Greece, Germany, and Australia. Israel is sharing intelligence on Amar's network of over 10,000 operatives with several nations in order to thwart its activities. And now our big story. After just a little over 2 weeks since the start of the Gaza ceasefire, the truce mediated by the U.S. between Israel and Hamas is showing severe signs of strain. Multiple violations by Hamas have included the failure to return the bodies of the 13 remaining hostages, its staging of the recovery of Ofir Tsarfati's remains, its leaders now saying they won't disarm according to the agreement's terms, and most seriously, attacks on IDF troops in Gaza, including the fatal shooting of IDF Reserve Sergeant Yonah Effie Feldbaum. Israel's patience, urged by the U.S., finally snapped, with the IDF launching a wave of strikes at Hamas targets after Feldbaum's killing. After the strikes, the IDF said it is resuming the Gaza ceasefire, but with the security situation there deteriorating, can the truce hold, even as major questions remain over the implementation of its next phase? Well, one who, at least who remains optimistic is naturally President Trump.
Well, as I understand it, they took out an Israeli soldier. I just heard about it a little while ago. They killed an Israeli soldier, so the Israelis hit back, and they should hit back. When that happens, they should hit back. You have to understand, Hamas is a very small part of peace in the Middle East, and they have to behave. They're on the rough side, but they said they would be good, and if they're good, they're going to be happy, and if they're not good, they're going to be terminated. Their lives will be terminated, and they understand that.
And joining us now in studio is Reserves IDF Brigadier General Danny Van Buren. He's formerly the Chief Reservist Officer in the IDF, and he's the founding chairman of Nikraim L'Degel, an NGO that aims to strengthen the Jewish, Zionist, and democratic values of Israel. Danny, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Well, a lot to break down here, but let's just start with the most recent developments. The IDF going on the offensive, finally against Hamas, but then immediately resuming the ceasefire. You heard President Trump, Israel has the right to respond, but to respond. Yeah. Putting the IDF in a kind of defensive position there in Gaza, how feasible is that for the IDF going forward?
We should realize that I heard President Trump, and he is using the terminology of, if Hamas is good, then this and that will happen and so on. Hamas cannot be good because this is within their DNA. Hamas is a jihadi organization using terror, either military terror or psychological terror, as we just saw by the horrific pictures of what they have done with the remains of the Israeli hostage and so on. So regarding the ceasefire, in my perspective, there was never a ceasefire because it's a one-side ceasefire. Israel was stopped its attacks on Gaza, and Hamas gained some time to regroup, to reorganize. This is a part of the of the Islamic jihadic belief. They are entitled, according to their belief, to what is called hudna. Hudna is a term that when the jihad warrior sees that is in a position of maybe losing the war, they may create a ceasefire just to regroup, to reorganize, and to attack again. In their perspective, there is no peace in the end of that road. There is only coming back to war. So we should realize this. If we go back to the game of responding to terror attacks, then we will be back to October 6th. And for us to change the entire atmosphere or what's going on in the Middle East, we should realize that only a proactive method of creating the constant pressure on military pressure on Hamas is the only way to win or to end this war.
Right, and reportedly security officials did consult with the political echelon in Israel, suggesting possible actions, the IDF reasserting control over parts of Gaza, continuing strikes against its leaders, even operations on its own to recover bodies. The question is, how much is Israel restrained now by its arrangement with the United States following the peace agreement? You heard President Trump. Israel can respond, but he wants this ceasefire to continue.
And I think the really missing part in the Trump's 21 points peace plan is the middle floor. You have the basic level, which was bringing back the live hostages, and this is something which was crucial to Israel, to the Israeli society, and it was happily done. And we saw back all the living hostages, and it was an enormous thing. And the end of the road, Trump is talking about, a peace in the Middle East or creating the economic corridor from India through the Middle East to Europe, and this is the grand master plan, if you may. But I think the medium level of creating, something else in Gaza in terms of eliminating Hamas and demilitarization of Hamas and de-radicalization of the Gazan population and so on, this is something which is not really specified in the Trump deal. And then there is no mechanism to ensure this. And this is the missing part of the plan. And in my perspective, the only way to ensure this and to make this happen as a means to an end, to create a peace deal in the Middle East, is for the IDF to finish the job. Otherwise, no one is going to disarm Hamas.
Right, you say there's no mechanism for this interim period, but the United States has set up this command center in the town of Kiryat Gat, hundreds of U.S. officers. Israel supposedly having to coordinate its attacks. Some say coordinate, some say seeking permission. I mean, how positive or negative? This is a debate in Israel and among security experts. Is this a close American involvement in the security situation in Gaza?
Yeah, too close, I would say, because Israel cannot ask for permission to keep its sovereignty and to keep its security. We are. It's relevant for us to cooperate with the U.S. because they are a major ally, and we shouldn't just turn our backs to the U.S. and Trump's plan. In general terms, is very in strategic terms is good for Israel to create these alliances in the Middle East. It's something that may change the entire way the Middle East is acting. But however, in terms of what's going on, when an Israeli soldier is being killed by a serious violation of the ceasefire, we cannot ask for permission from the U.S. just to act, just to attack Hamas. And I think we should really walk carefully between asking permission and just cooperating. And this is something which currently is not very specific. And I'm afraid that we are too much of asking permissions rather than just cooperate or just working together.
I want to ask you just specifically about talking about Hamas violations. This bit of stage acting they did with the partial remains of Ofer Tzarfati. Clearly trying to avoid giving back an actual body of one of the hostages. What is Hamas's goal here? What are they actually trying to achieve with dirty tricks like this?
Hamas is Hamas. The way terror works is just by creating chaos, by creating fear, by exercising psychological terror. They're not acting by any common values of the Western world, and we cannot actually realize this because we think that they are trying to gain something out of this. They're trying to gain their end game, and Hamas' end game is the annihilation of the state of Israel. There's no other, raison d'etre, as they call it in France. The reason for their existence is just to annihilate the state of Israel. And in this respect, they're trying to, again, exercise psychological terror, create chaos within the Israeli society, create some inner crisis, and so on. And they have no real interest in finishing this war, because for them to give back the whole of the hostages, of the dead hostages, and disarm themselves, there is no Hamas, and there is no reason for them to commit suicide as they see it.
Right. Now, during this interim period, you were talking about and saying that the IDF needs to reassert control the peace agreement, and the Trump administration is saying that role will be filled eventually by this security force drawn from multiple Arab and Muslim nations. Some are logical that we've heard, Egypt, for example, participating, maybe the Gulf states. Others certainly more problematic for Israel, like Turkey and Qatar. What's your view on that? I mean, how should Israel deal with the prospect of this force, foreign forces entering Gaza?
I always say that the only way to transfer the control over Gaza to any third party, whether it's Egyptians or Americans or any other state, is going through the medium stage of Israel, annihilating Hamas, taking control over Gaza, and then being able to transfer it to a third party. Because I don't see Egypt or Qatar or Turkey fighting Hamas. They are not going to do so. It's against their belief. No other foreign army, never in the history of Israel, helped by stopping Israel's security issues. So it's naive to think that any other third party or foreign army, specifically not the U.S., because the U.S. is not going to put boots on the ground. So initially we're going to come to the same conclusion eventually, because the only way for any other regime to be able to control Gaza is for the IDF, to finish the job by annihilating Hamas. And I think in this respect, the Americans will eventually come to the same conclusion.
All right. Well, hopefully, perhaps sooner rather than later,
I hope so.
Given what is at stake. General Van Buren, please stay with us. I do want to move on to another aspect of the security situation. Now, marking the second anniversary of the outbreak of the October 7th war, the IDF held a special conference this week of its Combat Commanders Forum to review the military's performance during Operation Rising Lion. and to look ahead to how the lessons learned on the Gaza battlefield could be applied to future conflicts. ILTV's Steve Leibovitz has more in this report.
The IDF marked 2 years since the start of the ground offensive in Gaza on October 27, 2023, releasing video and photographs from the battlefields. The operation began 20 days after the Hamas-led October 7th massacre, when terrorists killed some 1,200 people, mostly civilians, and abducted 251 hostages into Gaza. Over the past 2 years, IDF troops have operated in almost every part of the Strip, including northern Gaza, Gaza City, Khan Yunis, and Rafah, in a massive campaign involving tens of thousands of soldiers and reservists. Since the start of the ground offensive, 475 have been killed in Gaza and in operations along the border. The IDF estimates it's eliminated more than 22,000 Hamas combatants in Gaza, in addition to 1,600 terrorists killed inside Israel during and after the October 7th massacre. The Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry claims more than 68,000 people have been killed or are presumed dead in the fighting, a figure that cannot be verified and does not distinguish between civilians and terrorists. The IDF issued a statement saying, 2 years since the beginning of the ground operation in Gaza, IDF troops have continued to eliminate threats, dismantle Hamas terror infrastructure, and work to bring every hostage home. Following 2 years of intense fighting, Israel and Hamas earlier this month agreed to a U.S.-brokered ceasefire that saw U.S. troops partially withdraw from Gaza, leaving the army in control of roughly half the territory.
And Danny, especially since you just said you believe the IDF will eventually perhaps have to re-engage with Hamas on the Gaza battlefield, what were the key lessons learned from this past conflict, both leading up to October 7th, of course, and in the 2 years that followed of combat?
I think that if you go back, what we just saw, if you go back 2 years ago, and we saw the level that the Israeli army was surprised, and what was actually in its hit rock bottom, and then what we're witnessing now, that what we have done, the amazing job we have done in Lebanon, in Syria, in Iran, and also in Gaza, although there are many issues that are not yet solved, we should realize that the only way for Israel, to create a different way, a different mechanism in the Middle East, is by being proactive. And you see the initiates we've done in Hezbollah with the beeper strike and all of this, and what we have done together with our allies from the U.S. in Iran is something that should we should learn the lesson. You should not be you can never not be in the responding side. You cannot be just wait and sit for a terror organization to attack and then to respond. This is what we have done actually since we went out of Gaza. The same was done in Lebanon. And in any point of history, of Israel history, when we turn our back to a problem, the problem just attacked us more severely. So we cannot turn a blind eye to this situation, and we should be all the time proactive. And I think this is the major lesson from what we've witnessed in the last 2 years.
Right. The best defense is a good offense in this case, which is an American football term kind of flipped around. But that is certainly leading up to October 7th. There are some questions about afterwards. Here we are after 2 years of combat on the ground here, and Israel, as you said, had major achievements, knocking out the Hamas leadership and reducing its military capabilities. But there's some questions asked about why, for example, so many of Hamas, or at least enough of Hamas fighters remain to assert control over its territory. Why? This was a figure that was given, and it's certainly an estimate. Some reports of that some 70% of the tunnels in Gaza may still remain there under the surface. Why didn't the IDF, once it engaged in battle, what were the perhaps shortcomings it had during the fighting?
I think there are many causes, and some would blame the Biden and his administration.
Limitations put out by the Americans.
And actually an embargo on the Israeli IDF. Don't go to Rafah, don't go to Philadelphia or whatever. Some would say that the IDF for many years now forget what's the value of winning. So we just fought the war between the wars. So we were very good at at commando operations and so on, but forgot how to win an actual war. These are things that are changing. From the beginning of the war, we have seen now a much more experienced IDF, and the combats and the commanders on the grounds are really determined to win. So this is the Israeli spirit is something that really showed in this war. And in this respect, I'm very optimistic, because the senior command of the army has to change, the spirit has to change, but the spirit that we're witnessing on the grounds is amazing.
Right. There is an issue looking forward. It's more of perhaps a political issue, but something the IDF is going to be involved in. And since you were the chief officer of the reservists, what we call the Miluimnikim in Hebrew in Israel, and also in your organization now, which tries to install Zionist values in Israeli society, there is a major issue about the service of the ultra-Orthodox or Haredi population. This week there'll be an unprecedented demonstration, apparently, by leaders of that community against serving in the IDF. This is both an issue, I guess it's a spiritual issue, a Zionist issue, and there's some practical consequences because the IDF does struggle now with manpower. So I wonder how you see that, a way out of this situation moving forward.
I think it goes the same to what I just said about the Israeli army. There is a major difference between the Haredi leadership, the politicians, and what's going on the street. I think there are many people in the ultra-Orthodox community that really understand that they should be a part of the Israeli society, the Israeli, they're taking part of the security burden, serving in the army or in any other form of national service. And the leaders are not there, and the politicians are not there yet, and this is a major issue in Israel. And I would say that within the next year or so, mainly where elections are getting close, we should see a major change going on, because what has been going on for the last few decades cannot continue. You cannot have a population of hundreds of thousands of people. The major part of them are not, learning Torah from day to night. They cannot not be a part of the Israeli society. And I believe, as I hear voices from the street, that this is going to change.
Well, that would be the Zionist ethos really extending to all parts of Israel, certainly in the Jewish communities. General Danny Van Buren, thank you for joining us on ILTV Security Brief.
Thank you.
And now a final word. In 1978, following the IDF's Operation Litani incursion to counter terror attacks from South Lebanon, the UN decided to dispatch an international peacekeeping force of thousands of soldiers and officials to the area. The United Nations Interim Force in Lebanon, or UNIFIL, was mandated to assist the Lebanese army in securing the border region, helping it neutralize unauthorized military activity of the sort that constantly required Israel to act in order to protect its northern communities. Needless to say, over the following 5 decades, UNIFIL amassed a record of near unblemished failure in that regard. Although always quick to cite Israeli violations of Lebanese sovereignty, UNIFIL did next to nothing in preventing first Palestinian terror groups and then later Hezbollah forces from seizing de facto control of the border area and using it as a staging ground to launch terror attacks on Israel. Finally, after the latest round of fighting between Hezbollah and Israel ended in the ceasefire agreement reached last November, the international community finally realized the futility of UNIFIL. And in September, the Security Council voted to conclude its mandate at the end of this year after the U.S. and other countries pressured the Beirut government to deploy troops from a reinforced Lebanese army into South Lebanon and assert full control of the security situation. Unfortunately, Israel is still having to act in Lebanon, launching airstrikes against Hezbollah operatives, trying to reestablish its military infrastructure along the border in violation of the ceasefire agreement. Yet again, though, UNIFIL is doing little to monitor or counter those Hezbollah actions. Instead, over this weekend, its forces shot down an Israeli UAV trying to monitor Hezbollah activities and then complained when the IDF took action to prevent the drone from falling into the wrong hands. This episode is emblematic of the entire history of UNIFIL's wrong-headed approach in South Lebanon, a tragic comedy of errors that hopefully will really end with its termination in 2 months' time. With all that's going on nowadays in relation to Gaza, the situation in South Lebanon and UNIFIL's final days there are drawing comparatively little attention. Still, some valuable lessons are to be learned from the failure of UNIFIL in regards to the new international security force being set up for Gaza. One is that the UN or any collective or international organization is simply not a party that is reliable enough in serving as the ultimate authority for a mission that may require force of arms in keeping the peace in a hostile environment, especially when it comes to defending Israel's interests. Thankfully, the Trump administration seems to have taken that lesson to heart by designating the U.S. as having clear responsibility and authority over new security measures in Gaza, even if that does not entail American military boots on the ground there. Thus, Israelis should welcome the unprecedented step of the U.S. setting up its new Gaza Civil Military Command in Kiryat Gat, rather than viewing it as an infringement on their sovereignty. But the other hard-earned lesson from the UNIFIL experience is the need of the international community to recognize Israel's right to take action to defend itself when other safeguards designed to do so fall short of that mission. The international security force in Gaza must be tasked with the role of ensuring the return of all Israeli hostage remains, the decommissioning of Hamas's arms, and the demilitarization of the Strip. However, if it fails to do so, the U.S., under this or any successive administration, must fully support Israel's right to complete those missions using military force when necessary. This would be in stark contrast to the routine condemnations at the UN and elsewhere directed Israel's way for the countless times it has had to act in Lebanon as a result of UNIFIL's impotence in the face of Hezbollah's aggression. UNIFIL will soon mercifully wrap up its existence, having accomplished little in the way of the mission it was tasked to do so. But at the very least, it leaves behind a legacy of failure that provides a blueprint of what not to do for those now tasked with keeping the peace in Gaza and building a better future there for the benefit of both Israelis and Palestinians. Thank you for joining us on ILTV Security Brief. And joining us now for more on this is Yankee Farber. He is a journalist from and who covers the Haredi community. Yankee, thank you for joining us. First of all, let me just start by asking you, what does the Haredi community hope to accomplish today with this massive protest?
Well, it's more like, inside. It's not for the outside. They want to show to the young generation, to the boys that need to show up to the IDF, that the community, the rabbis, and the families are behind them. And if they will get arrested, the community will take care of it and will try to release them as quick as possible and support them and show them that they're not alone in the situation. That's basically the story. That's why they're not calling it a demonstration. They're not calling it a protest. They're calling it like a praying gathering, and they're just standing there like, I don't know how many people, but quite a lot. We'll wait for the police to announce how many people. Quite a lot. And they're just, praying. They're saying prayers, and they say, we hope that the government, that the Supreme Court will stop, following the boys and let us learn Torah all day. Nothing really major is going to come out. There won't be like a big announcement like we're leaving the government, we're going on election, we're not doing this, we're not doing that. Just like more religious, getting all the boys, they should know that the rabbis are behind them. And it's very important for them because, many boys have said so many times, well, the community doesn't care, people are arrested, and nobody's really doing much. So now they decided to get all together and to show them solidarity. And there won't be any major announcement.
Well, I would say if you're praying in the middle of the street blocking traffic, that probably qualifies as some kind of protest. But let me ask you, Yankee, you say it's for the inside. Is there no thought in the Haredi leadership about how this appears to the outside, those Israelis whose sons and daughters have been serving in the army in Gaza, who have lost children in Gaza, or have had them wounded, or have experienced this? How this looks now, this event against serving in the IDF?
Well, the rabbis and the leaders and even the politicians, you know, the Knesset members, they know that the secular community or the Orthodox community who do serve in the IDF, you know, the people who vote for Smotrich and Ben Gvir, they do serve in the IDF, and they understand that the rest of Israel is against to them, and they know exactly, but they have no choice. The reason, actually, they wanted to do this, you know, this gathering like a month ago, but they pushed it as late as possible because they know it's like putting the fingers in the eyes of the soldiers, and they understand that probably next government, they will not be in the government. They will pay a big price for what they did in the last 2 years, not joining the IDF. And so they understand the price they're going to pay, but they must do it, and I will explain you why. Because if they will allow the boys to join the IDF, not the one who are learning in yeshiva, even the ones that, you know, hang around on the streets and fly all over the world and even work or go to university, it means that the rabbis are actually giving permission to join the IDF. They are worried that a lot of boys will leave the yeshiva because it's everybody can join the IDF. The rabbi support, the community support. They were very, very afraid that the community will actually break to pieces. That's why they must stand strong from their side and not letting anybody joining the IDF, because if they will allow the boys who are not learning in yeshiva to join the IDF, they will not be able in 2 or 3 weeks' time announce nobody's allowed to go to the IDF because they voted for such a thing. That's why I said in the last 2 years that the Haredim will never ever vote for a law, even the law that we were talking about it in the last 2 years, and now we saw Boaz Bismuth was trying to, to push the law forward. Nobody's going to vote for it. Nobody wants it. It's not good, not for the country, not for the Haredim, not for the rabbis, not for the soldiers. It's a very bad law, and the way it looks like, Israel is going on election in the next few months.
All right. Well, as you said, I think for the rest of the non-Haredi community looking on at this protest today, just weeks after the end of the fighting, well, they're still fighting in Gaza. That is going to be a little difficult for them to accept. Yankee Farber, thank you for joining us on ILTV.
See you. Bye-bye.
And joining us now to discuss all of these latest events is former British Army Commander Richard Kemp. Thank you, Richard, for joining.
My pleasure to be with you.
Richard, the fragile ceasefire between Israel and Hamas is back on right now after Israel retaliated against Hamas targets following their attack on Israeli soldiers. You have extensive military experience. Where do you think things stand here militarily speaking? Will this ceasefire hold, in your opinion?
Well, I think Israel is certainly very keen that the ceasefire does hold, and I think will do whatever it needs to do to make sure that happens. Of course, it's a different story with Hamas. Hamas, have, right from the beginning, have been stalling and trying to delay and trying to obfuscate and pull the wool over the eyes. But of course, at the same time, they're under a degree of pressure themselves, but particularly, I think, from Qatar and Turkey, who are obviously signatories to this peace agreement, and I think themselves probably want it to hold. So it may be that this will continue. I wouldn't be at all surprised if we don't see along the road, we don't see further Hamas breaches of the ceasefire agreement, both in terms of attacking Israeli soldiers and also dragging their heels on the release of some of the remaining hostages.
So it seems that the U.S. understands Israel's stance, with American leaders confirming that Israel does have the right to defend itself. At the same time, we also know that they're very driven and focused on their long-term goals with this peace process. What are your thoughts on this kind of American pressure on Israel and the way that Israel might be facing all of this kind of pressure? How should Israel deal with that?
Well, I don't actually believe that Israel's under huge pressure from America. I think this agreement and the Trump 20-point plan was drawn up well in advance between both the Israeli government and the American administration, the Trump administration. I think it was agreed, both sides agreed to it, or both countries agreed to it. Both want it to work, and I know there's a lot of media hype about America pressurizing Israel and Israel becoming a vassal state of America and things like that. I don't think that's the reality at all. I think the relationship is far closer than that. Now, that doesn't mean to say there won't be tension between the two, because while I mentioned earlier that Israel is enthusiastic about this deal working out, I think probably America and the Trump administration is even more enthusiastic, and they might maybe they will have less understanding about when things begin to go wrong, which they inevitably will. But I think the two sides are so close that they will figure it out between them.
Mm-hmm. Now, Netanyahu is also facing growing pressure from within to hit back hard when Hamas attacks or breaks the ceasefire terms or plays games in regards to the returning of the Israeli deceased hostage bodies. How long do you think Netanyahu will be able to show restraint if these things keep happening? Would the Americans or the Brits show restraint if their troops were under attack?
Well, I don't think, it depends what you call restraint, of course, because I don't think Netanyahu is inclined to be restrained in as far as the requirement to either prevent attack or hit back when an attack takes place. And we've seen that just in the last 24-hour period. We've seen that he's willing to order the IDF to take significant, strong action against breaches of the ceasefire. So I think that will be the way we'll see it going. And of course, there'll be different people inside Israel, different people in the US, other countries as well, who have their own opinions on how strongly Israel should and shouldn't respond. But I think we could be quite confident that Prime Minister Netanyahu will respond with the appropriate degree of force, whatever he judges and his advisors around him judge to be the most effective way of dealing with it. And that, of course, does include both retaliation when the ceasefire is breached, but also it includes taking action in order to save the lives of Israeli soldiers if let's say, intelligence identifies a threat to them. So like any situation, like any war situation, I think this, a very complex one. And there are so many different dynamics and moving parts. And in direct answer to your question about whether Britain or America would show restraint, I think probably they would act in a not totally dissimilar way. In other words, restraining themselves as much as they could in order to maintain the agreement, but not being pushed around by Hamas.
Richard Kemp, thank you very much for this input. And joining us now with more on the latest developments in Gaza is Yoni Ben Menachem of the Jerusalem Center for Security and Foreign Affairs. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
So Hamas is clearly playing games, engaging in psychological warfare, however you want to call it. But at the end of the day, they are in breach of the ceasefire agreement. So what happens now, and what should Israel do, or what can Israel do at this stage?
Israel can retaliate, but the Israeli retaliation will be limited because Israel doesn't want to appear as the one who's violating or trying to harm the peace plan of President Trump. So everything has to be coordinated, fully coordinated between Israel and the United States. And this is what is going to happen. There's a meeting now held by Prime Minister Netanyahu to discuss the various possibilities how to retaliate. And after the decision will be taken, Israel will consult with the Americans and get the approval. And then we will see the Israeli retaliation.
And now this ceasefire deal has very clear stages. The first stage is, of course, the release of all the hostages. That still hasn't happened. And only once all the hostages are brought back, the deal is supposed to move to the next stage. Now, Hamas is saying it doesn't know where the hostages are, a claim Israel, of course, disputes. What are the chances that this great peace deal will actually move ahead to another stage without Israel having to make more concessions?
Look, I think that eventually Hamas is in a big problem. By the way, there is a video of the IDF Israeli drone who shot the whole deception campaign on the ground by Hamas. How they are bringing the body of one of the Israeli hostages and bury it on the ground in the ground, and they call the Red Cross as if they had now discovered the body. So this will be presented all over the world, and I think that also President Trump will relate to it, and this is a very strong proof against Hamas. The bottom line is that what we need out of this peace plan of Trump is only the implementation of the first stage, which means returning all the hostages. Nobody in Israel believes that we can move forward to the second stage of this plan, because Hamas will never disarm, and the only force that can fully disarm Hamas is the IDF. And eventually, the estimation in Israel that we will get to this point, it's only a matter of time. But what we have to do is hurry up and get all the hostages back. Then we will have a free hand to take care of Hamas, handle Hamas deceptions and the violations of the peace plan of Trump.
And what is happening inside of Gaza now? Is Hamas simply getting stronger with every passing day?
Of course, every day that there's no IDF attacks, they are rebuilding their military infrastructure, they are recruiting more people to the military wing ranks, and they are trying to manufacture inside the tunnels rockets and other means, other weapons, so they can use it in the future against the IDF and against Israel. So they are now gaining time because they are having this deception campaign. But, you know, everything will come to its end. Eventually, President Trump will ask Turkey and Qatar, who are the ones who promised Trump that Hamas will implement the first stage of its plan. He will ask them, what did you do? Why aren't you sticking to your promises? And they will have to deliver. So I think it's only a matter of time until we will finish with this story.
Yoni Ben Menachem, thank you so much for joining us today and for your insights.
Thank you. Thank you.
And joining me now to discuss all of this is David Makovsky, Distinguished Fellow and Director of the Koret Project on Arab-Israel Relations at the Washington Institute for Near East Policy. Thank you, David, for joining.
Delighted to be with you.
Likewise. David, we're hearing Netanyahu's assertion of Israel's sovereignty today in response to decisions that are, well, possibly being forced down Netanyahu's throat. Is Netanyahu's statement a message to Washington, in your opinion? What are your thoughts about this?
No, I think, but there has to be some fine tuning. I mean, you had a situation, I remember during the Gulf War of 1991, where the U.S. had a base of Patriot missiles, but it was kept very on the hush-hush. This has had a higher profile. There have been press conferences at the base by U.S. officials. And so I think there's going to be some fine tuning about the profile of the U.S. role in the eyes of the media. But I think, you know, the fact that all these, you know, we have what they call babysitting, you know, of all these U.S. high officials was a fear of backsliding, that the war could resume. So the U.S. fear is real, but Netanyahu was right that the U.S., Israel, I think, will have a veto on members of the role of the ISF, the International Stabilization Force, in terms of their role. I don't think any of them, by the way, are really going to interpose themselves and forcibly disarm Hamas. That raises its own questions. So I think in practice, the U.S. and Israel are going to have to work together, and it could be that whatever Israel doesn't do to disarm Hamas will not get done.
Do you believe that Netanyahu will eventually have to do what Trump says that he has to do no matter what? Are there any red lines for Israel where he would say, no, this I will not do?
Yeah, there's no doubt that, you know, and I think Trump is aware, too, that if Israel is attacked, it's going to hit back. And also, Trump has said if Hamas doesn't disarm, he's going to want to give Israel more maneuvering room to, as they call, finish the job. Whether that actually happens the way Trump says is a different question, but I don't think it's fair to depict Israel as a vassal state the way some of it is going. The truth is, there's always been limitations on Israeli maneuvering, but it just wasn't so explicit, I would say, in the eyes of the public. Israel often had to take America into account in its decisions. But this seems just the media optics this time look differently, and Trump's style is very different. So, it makes it sound like it's an all or nothing, and it's always been a gray zone.
Well, Trump is very unique and certainly unpredictable. But at this critical moment in the Gaza war and post-war planning, how do you assess the U.S.-Israel relationship and alliance at large at this time?
That's a great question. I mean, I think Trump was uniquely positioned to bring this war to an end and to line up all the pressure on Hamas of the Arabs. Clearly, he pressed Netanyahu on the Israeli side. But part one is, I'm sorry to say, I hate to say it this way, because it was not easy at all to get these hostages out. Thank God they were out. But the first part was much more transactional. Everyone got something. Phase two, about what is the relationship between disarmament and withdrawal, is going to get much tougher. What the IDF has always wanted is the freedom of action, the freedom to maneuver, and believing that it will not be dependent on these international stabilization forces. And I tend to believe the reality is going to look a little bit more like the West Bank, what we would call Area B, where Israel goes in and out when it wants, like it did with Lebanon. And that's going to complicate things in certain ways, but Israel's going to always want the right to defend itself, and it's legitimate. But it's going to have to navigate and with a lot of, with certain constraints, because the U.S. doesn't want to see a return to war. So what is going to be the relationship between disarmament and withdrawal? Clearly, if you look at paragraph 16 of the deal, Israel doesn't want to leave until the disarmament milestones have been met. So it'll be complicated. The dirty little secret is that none of the Arab force, in my view, wants to be interposed between Israel and Hamas anyway. So I tend to think they'll be more on the borders, and Israel will have some freedom of maneuver to act at Hamas if Hamas doesn't disarm, and I don't expect Hamas to voluntarily disarm.
And so, looking ahead, 6 to 12 months from now, you're looking forward. How do you believe that stability will look like?
I think it's going to look a little bit like West Berlin, East Berlin. The 53% of the West Bank where Israel is. We'll see reconstruction. We'll see more hope for the Gaza people who have suffered, as the Israeli people also have suffered, each in their own unique way, of course. But I think in the end, the idea is to show people where Hamas is not in control, you have a better life. And so is that 100% of Gaza? No, if Hamas is still there on the what I call the East Berlin side, the 47% of the West of Gaza. And the question is how that's going to work in practice. So I tend to think we're heading towards what I call West Berlin, East Berlin. I know it has echoes of the Cold War. Not saying every situation is analogous, but I do think there'll be parts of Gaza that are Hamas free, and hopefully those people will have a better life in those zones. And where Hamas does not does not disarm, I fear it's going to be somewhat of a war zone of sorts.
David Makovsky, thank you very much.
Delighted to be with you.
And joining us now with more on the latest developments is Brigadier General Yosef Kuperwasser, former head of research at IDF Intelligence. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
So, U.S. President Donald Trump is once again issuing an ultimatum to Hamas. I've lost count, but he's issued many, many such ultimatums before, promising that all hell will break loose. Is anyone taking him seriously at this point, especially, of course, Hamas?
Well, I think Hamas takes him seriously. They're not totally convinced, but they take into account the fact that this is being said by the leader of the world, or the most important leader in the world. They have to take it seriously. His enthusiasm and commitment made everybody else support this plan, and they have to take seriously this message. At the same time, I think they believe that they can still play around and hope that nobody is going to invest the necessary effort in order to disarm them and to use the time they gain by prolonging the period through which they return the bodies of the deceased hostages in order to strengthen their position on the ground and convince everybody that it wouldn't be a wise move to try to disarm them by force. So it's they take it seriously, but they still believe that they can get away with it.
And so what is happening inside of Gaza right now? I mean, how much of the Strip does Hamas control? How much of the areas that the IDF has withdrawn from does Hamas control now?
Well, most of the areas that Israel withdrew from are under the control of Hamas, including also, of course, those areas that Israel didn't take control of even towards the end of this military operation. And the most important thing is not how much of the territory they control, but how much of the population they control. And they control almost all of the population, with the exception of a relatively small amount of people that live in the areas controlled by Israel, mainly in the Rafah area. The rest of it is less populated, and the people live in the areas under Hamas control. And what they do in the meanwhile is make sure that they are in control in the minds of the people that live under their control. And that's why they take action against those who challenge them, especially the clans and other people that came out against them. And this is the battle they're trying to fight right now, to make sure that they really control the population in the areas they control.
And I want to also address this report in the New York Times about the United States sending in its drones to collect surveillance intelligence so as not to rely on the Israeli intelligence. I mean, what do you make of this report?
Well, you know, the Americans suspect both sides of not being committed to the ceasefire and to the plan. And they want to have their own sources that they do not have to rely on Israeli information or any other sort of information. And it's a good thing, because the reality is that Israel is most of the time correct in its description of the situation. And if the Americans want to have it from their own sources, let it be. I think we did a good decision by allowing them to operate this way as long as there is a ceasefire. If there's not going to be the end of this the ceasefire, then they will have to move back, because this is going to interfere with our ability to see what's going on. But as long as the ceasefire holds, why not?
And this leads to the next question, which is, has the U.S. essentially taken control over Gaza? I mean, Prime Minister Netanyahu is insisting that this is a joint operation, but the U.S. seems to be the one calling all the shots. I mean, is that your assessment?
Well, they're not calling all of the shots, and we heard Secretary Rubio saying that the decisions are going to be in line with what Israel is going to approve or not. And but yes, the President Trump said right from the beginning that this is his plan, and this is the only plan, and he's responsible for that. And he has shown readiness to stand in the head of the board of peace that's going to oversee the implementation of the plan. So it's good that we have this deep American intervention and involvement. It's a major guarantee that this deal is going to be materialized. And the most important challenge that lies in front of the Americans in this respect is to make sure that not only all the bodies of the deceased hostages are coming back, but also to make sure that Hamas is disarmed. That's the most important element in the deal, the most controversial one from the Hamas point of view. And we, by letting the United States to be in charge, increase considerably the commitment of the Americans to making sure that Hamas is disarmed. And that's the most important thing from our point of view.
Absolutely. And it does seem that Israel and the United States are both very much interested in seeing this peace agreement come to fruition. Brigadier General Yosef Cooper-Wasser, thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you.
And before we move on, a quick word about how you can support independent journalism. At ILTV, we're committed to bringing you original reporting and stories from Israel that often don't make it into the global spotlight. If you value diverse perspectives and reliable coverage, you can now subscribe through our app to help ILTV News grow. Just scan the QR code on your screen to help us expand our reporting, continue delivering the kind of journalism that informs, challenges, and connects. Your subscription helps us do more than report the news. It helps ensure that stories coming from this region are told with depth, integrity, and clarity. With your support, we can continue building a space for journalism that informs, connects, and inspires.
Israel's only English news channel, bringing you the headlines that matter every hour, straight from the center of where it's all unfolding.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. We're live from Israel, bringing you the biggest headlines of the day. I'm Sivan Raviv, and here's your roundup of the latest developments across Israel and the region. In a somber moment for Israel, the bodies of 3 additional hostages were returned from Gaza to their families in Israel last night for burial. The fallen were IDF soldiers who were abducted on October 7th. Colonel Asaf Hamami, 40 years old, Captain Omer Maxim Nutra, 21, and Staff Sergeant Oz Daniel, 19. They were all killed defending communities along the Gaza border during Hamas's surprise invasion on October 7, 2023. Colonel Hamami, who commanded the Gaza Division's Southern Brigade, fell defending Kibbutz Nirim. Captain Nutra, an American lone soldier from New York serving in the IDF's 7th Armored Brigade, was killed when his tank was struck by RPG fire. Staff Sergeant Oz Daniel, serving in the same tank squad, died heroically attempting to wrest a grenade from a Hamas gunman. U.S. President Donald Trump confirmed the return of Nutra's remains and spoke with his parents. With this latest development, there are now 8 deceased Israeli hostages still held in Gaza. U.S. President Donald Trump made headlines again for wading into Israeli domestic affairs during his 60 Minutes interview on CBS. Trump said Washington would be involved in Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's ongoing corruption trial, calling the charges against the Israeli leader unfair. He urged Israel's President Yitzhak Herzog to consider a pardon, repeating his long-standing claim that Netanyahu has been mistreated by Israel's judicial system. Trump also claimed that normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia was still on the table under his leadership. He predicted the kingdom would join the Abraham Accords. Let's take a listen to Trump.
The Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia is coming to the White House this month. He has said they won't join the Abraham Accords without a 2-state solution. Do you believe that?
No, I think he's going to join. I think we will have a solution. I don't know if it's going to be 2-state. That's going to be up to Israel and other people and me.
A dramatic and high-profile search for Israel's former military advocate general ended late last night in central Israel in the city of Herzliya. Ifat Tomer Yerushalmi, the outgoing IDF advocate general, who recently resigned amid a leak investigation tied to a controversial leaked video scandal, which drastically impacted Israel's image during the war. She was reported missing last night. Police and search and rescue teams launched an urgent coastal search using helicopters and flares. 2 hours later, Tomer Yerushalmi made contact with her husband and was found alive near Herzliya. Then, just hours after being located, Tomer Yerushalmi was arrested in connection with the classified video leak. Her detention is now being extended. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is warning that Israel's northern front could escalate again. Speaking at his weekly cabinet meeting, Netanyahu said Hezbollah is attempting to rearm and rebuild its capabilities in southern Lebanon, adding that Israel will do whatever is necessary to defend its citizens and maintain security along the border. He also called on the Lebanese government to enforce the ceasefire agreement that requires Hezbollah's disarmament, something Israel says has yet to happen. The IDF confirmed earlier that 4 members of Hezbollah's elite Radwan force were killed in an airstrike in southern Lebanon on Saturday night, and another commander was eliminated a day earlier. The 2024 ceasefire deal has required Hezbollah to withdraw from the border region and for the Lebanese army to take control. Israel, however, continues to strike targets it says violate that agreement and maintains a limited presence in key areas along the border. And finally, Yad Vashem has reached a historic milestone in Holocaust remembrance. The institution has now documented the names of 5 million victims of the Nazi genocide, over 80% of the estimated 6 million Jews murdered during the Holocaust. The achievement follows more than 70 years of painstaking work as Yad Vashem continues its mission to collect, verify, and preserve each individual name before the memory of the survivors fades. The names are housed in the central database of Shoah victims' names, which is fully accessible to the public on Yad Vashem's website. It includes testimonies, archival material, and pages of testimonies submitted by family members and friends. Yad Vashem officials say the milestone strengthens the fight against Holocaust denial and underscores the urgency of remembrance as the survivor generation dwindles. And that's all for this edition of ILTV. Stay with us throughout the day for our next edition of ILTV on the Hour. I'm Sivan Raviv. Thanks so much for watching.
Welcome back to Axis of Truth on JNS. I'm Emily Schrader, and this week we're talking about the question of sovereignty. Who decides what happens in the Middle East, and has the Trump administration overstepped its bounds? Plus, we'll speak with Israel's international spokesman to the UN, Jonathan Harunoff, who just released the book Unveiled about the Women, Life, Freedom protests against the Islamic Republic of Iran following the death of Mahsa Amini. Let's dig in. First things first, let's talk about fantasy. Not the Hollywood kind, but the Washington kind. Yes, I think a lot of Israelis had high hopes, but the reality is that the Trump administration, I think, is living in a bit of a fantasy land when it comes to the Middle East on a number of fronts. I think in Trump's desperation to declare peace, first off, they seem to believe that the Islamist regimes like that in Iran can be persuaded with business deals, photo ops, and, of course, charm. They're treating the region like it's a corporate merger, less like a battlefield of ideology, of faith, and yes, of power. And nowhere is that delusion clearer than in the statements coming from U.S. Envoy Steve Witkoff, one of the administration's loudest voices on foreign policy, who's repeatedly shown that he doesn't really know what he's talking about. Now, Witkoff claimed in the media that the red line with the Islamic Republic was 3.67% enrichment, which is exactly the same as Obama's JCPOA Iran deal. Under Trump's own stated policy, the red line that he had was zero enrichment. So his comments, the envoy's comments, reveal a dangerous misunderstanding of both who and what the U.S. is dealing with. The Islamic Republic of Iran doesn't negotiate in good faith. It uses negotiations to buy time, to stall, to play for leverage while it quietly builds drones, enriches uranium, and advances its regional empire. The regime isn't trying to improve life for its 90 million people, and it's not really interested, at least in what we've seen so far, in prosperity or stability. It's interested in advancing basically